items only. So if it's on the docket, it is open for fair game, and you can discuss an open session to discuss any topic is for Thursday's meeting during the public comment at that meeting. If you wish to raise your hand in any relevant portion during the meeting to be recognized for the public portion, please dial *9 and *9 to lower your hand. Greatly appreciate your time. If you can mute your devices at this time and stay muted until such time as you are recognized, it would be greatly appreciated. Repeated interruptions, unfortunately, will result in in removal of microphone abilities. But we try not to do that. So if you don't interrupt, we greatly appreciate that. We'll begin very shortly. If you'd like to follow along with tonight's docket items, please do so by going to eCode 360, where you can find all the resolutions being considered tonight online under the Trenton, New Jersey domain at ecode360.com. If you wish to be added to the mailing list for the docket as the agendas come out, please email clerk@trentonnj.org, and we will add you to the docket and agenda list as they come out during the weeks before the meeting. We greatly appreciate your time. We'll begin shortly. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Collin. Ready?
I'm just looking for the council members. Just give me 1 second.
Hi, Councilwoman.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Kath.
Hey. Do we have a quorum?
We do, ma'am, and I believe the only one who is missing is, Ms. Vaughn is always just a couple minutes late because of work, so she's on her way. We do have a quorum, Mr. President, so I'm ready to...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call. Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Good evening. Mr. Michelle.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Ms. Vaughn. Council President McBride.
Present.
Council President, quorum is formed. Would you like me to call the directors?
Yes, please.
City Clerk is present. Legislative Council, Mr. Edmund Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji, you're here. I saw you here, sir. Mr. Kaloji, you are here. I'm sure. Thank you. Mr. Cruz.
Good evening, everyone. Present.
Sir. Mr. Cherry.
Good evening. I'm present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Liston.
I'm present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Douglas.
Good evening. Present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels? Dr. Lopez?
Good evening, I'm present.
Good evening. Mr. Adatiri?
Good evening, President.
Good evening, sir. Ms. Richardson? Mr. Lavender?
Good evening, President.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Zelinski?
Good evening, present.
Good evening, sir. Council President, the directors are present as noted. The only council member absent is Ms. Vaughn. I'm sure she'll be along shortly. Would you like me to proceed to the docket review?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. The minutes for approval are still being worked on. We'll have some minutes for you at the next meeting. Communications and petitions are as noted on the docket. We are still working on the financial reports. I actually may add those to the docket before Thursday, so I will let you know tomorrow when they're finished. First up, for second reading and public hearing, tabled from October 7th, 2021 is ordinance 21-022, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 69 and 69F Bond Street, Block 8403, Lot 65 and 66, pursuant to NJSA 40 Cap A: 12-13B5 to Mana International Corporation for the sum of $9,000. And of course, that has to be roll called. I'm going to bring us down to the docket where we are. Zoom out just a little bit. Are there any questions about that, Council President? Do you want to open the floor?
Oh, for the 21-022?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Council to
Yes,
get any information, everyone?
Pardon me?
Just for council members to get any information they may need or want?
Oh, definitely. I just wanted to ask Mr. Daniels, did they get the appraisal done for the property?
Councilwoman, not as of yet. What happened was we put that out for quotation. However, there were no respondents. I directed that we choose an agency, and that was done today. The person who was the primary asset on that left earlier than I had anticipated, so I don't have an answer for you as of yet, ma'am. So I'm asking that that be tabled.
Okay. Mr. Collin, how do we handle this?
So when the public hearing comes up after the initial announcement, an ordinance can be adjourned at any time thereafter for the once the public hearing is established and we have done all the procedure. So once the public hearing does come up again, you've already tabled it once, you're allowed to table it to any time thereafter and continue to table it until it's right for consideration. And Mr. Kaloji or Mr. Bridges can certainly speak to that as well.
Okay. So,
Council President?
Yes. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, for that. I am asking that if that you respectfully consider tabling it to at least the November 2nd docket. I have asked for a narrative appraisal, which takes at least 14 days, but we're going to try to get it in sooner than that, unless Council President is okay with just a form narrative, which I could probably get done in 3 to 5 days. And the difference between the two, ma'am, one is just simply going out and taking appraisal of the property as we saw it that day and coming up with a number, i.e. the tax map and everything like that, and just coming up with a summative evaluation versus a narrative evaluation where it's more forensic in nature, a little deeper in depth. So it takes a little longer to actually get that done.
Just a point of clarification, Council President, there will be no meeting on November 2nd due to the general election. The meeting on the November 4th will be a combined meeting, just for a point of clarification. Thank you.
So
Okay, thank you.
It will go on November the 4th, Director.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All righty.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Oh, yes, for the public.
This isn't a public hearing. This is actually just for council information docket review. So if
Okay, definitely.
no other council members have questions, would you like me to proceed to the resolution? For resolutions, first we have a resolution from the city clerk's office. This is by Councilman Santiago Rodriguez. This is resolution 21-453 is a resolution supporting HR 1280, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act of 2021.
Does any of the council members have any questions pertaining to this resolution? Councilman Rodriguez, did you like to speak to this, or did you just like to add it to the consent agenda?
No, if you want, add it to the consent agenda.
All righty. Mr.
It was
Collins?
self-explanatory there. Everything is there in the
Okay, great.
resolution. Tells you what it is about.
All righty. Mr. Collins,
Yes.
we can add it to the consent agenda.
So noted, ma'am. Next, from the Red Department of Administration, Adam E. Cruz, Business Administrator. First, we have Resolution 21-454, Resolution authorizing the execution of the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Trenton and Local 2286 AFS-CME, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO. And just to clarify, there was a corrected resolution that came down today for this, and I was alerted about it actually on the day of the docket review. They just had they had an issue with the printing. But there was a typo in this, and the year, I'm going to let actually Mr. Cruz corrected, Adam, the year for this with the typo, because we haven't uploaded the new version we got. The typo for the year from December 23rd, that should be the 2026, is that correct?
The 2024, the ending date of this contract.
So, Council President, just to note, the copy on the screen actually is the updated copy tomorrow, but the end date for the second whereas clause will be December 31st, 2024. And once again, that will be uploaded to the website tomorrow. And how would you like to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, if there's no questions in reference to this resolution, then we can add it to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President, can we have a roll call?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Councilman Harris, want a roll call, Mr. Conlon?
So noted, ma'am. Would you like me to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-455, a resolution accepting for consideration by City Council the Phase 1 expenditure plan for the City of Trenton to the American Rescue Plan.
Roll call, please.
Yes, sir. So noted. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have for consideration on Thursday's docket, Resolution 21-456, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to Accurate Language Services for translating and interpreting services for the on-site and virtual translating services for all non-English speaking and the hearing impaired customers for Trenton Municipal Court for a period of 1 year from October 22nd, 2021 to October 21st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $65,000. The law 2021.
There's a noise in the background.
Mr. Rinaldo, I'm going to have to mute you, sir. I'm getting feedback. Council President, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, if there's no questions from the body, you may do a consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Consent agenda.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to repeat the announcement. If you could take the time to mute yourselves right now while you're on the devices, we're getting a lot of feedback from certain people. Would be greatly appreciated. If you're on a smartphone, please look for the little microphone. If you're on a landline, please dial *6. Greatly appreciate your cooperation in that matter. Thank you. And IT, just as people pop up, please just mute them. Please also note Mr. Kaloji's number. I think he's by name tonight, so that's not an issue. Council President, would you like me to proceed? This is 21-457. And this would be, this is 21-457, a resolution awarding a contract for a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to Accurate Language Services for telephonic interpreting and translating services via virtual and in-person court proceedings to all the court's non-English speaking customers for Trenton Municipal Court for a period of 1 year from October 21st, 2021 to October 21st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $25,000 to RFP 2021-38B. Council President, how would you like to proceed?
If there's no questions from the body, you may add it to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. So noted. Council President, next we have resolutions from the Department of Police. Steve Wilson, Acting Director. First, we have Resolution 21-458, a resolution authorizing an amendment to Resolution 21-144, modify the contract period from 1 year to 5 years awarded to Axon Enterprise, Inc. for the purchase of annual maintenance for the body-worn cameras and investigative portal to be used by the Criminal Investigation Bureau.
Council President,
Yes.
I'd like to pull that until the next council meeting. We have to research the legalities of going to 5 years. I think the state contract law will only allow us to go to 2023, so might have to check that out with our law director first.
Okay, so that'll be added back on the 4th of November.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Council President, Robin Vaughn, I just joined.
Good evening, Councilwoman. Mr. Collins noted that. You may continue, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. Just making my notes so we can be sure to get it back on for November 4th.
Okay.
Council President, next we have Resolution 21-459. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue 4 refunds totaling $10,986.47 in various properties. Council President, next we have Resolution 21-459. This is a resolution.
Council President,
Yes.
are we speaking on this one now? I would like this one.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Could I have the floor?
Yes. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
This is, could Ms. Luden explain, is this the refund for, what is it, overtax calculation, or is this for any properties that were, taken off, had liens against it on tax roll, in foreclosure or whatever, and then we'll put them back on the tax roll? Like, what's going on with this refund?
Mr. Zelinski, can I have
Yeah.
the floor?
Yes.
Yeah, these are actually tax overpayments. People were overpaid or the taxes got paid twice. I think the bottom 3 are the bottom 2 are mortgage companies. The top one is an assignment. We had collected money for assignment and somebody came in and redeemed the property prior to the assignment being approved, so that $7,000 is going back, and the other one is just an overpayment.
Oh, okay. All right.
You may continue, Mr. Collins.
How would you like to proceed on this resolution, ma'am? Consent?
Yes, it was, yes.
No, it could go, I don't need to roll call it.
I would say consent.
Yeah.
Next, we have Resolution 21-460. This is a resolution authorizing assignment of 23 tax sale certificates totaling $169,376.36 pursuant to NJSA 54:5-113. I'd like me to proceed, ma'am.
This could be a roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead.
this is related to which property? This tax sale assignment is to which property?
There is a list that is attached to the backup. Hold on, let me pull that up, and I'll put it up on the screen.
There are 21 properties on the list.
Correct.
All right. Can we just see them just for the public consumption, please?
Yeah, I'm getting them out now, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
The list is up on the screen now, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so Prospect Avenue, Prospect Street.
And these are just tax sales. These are not actually property transfers.
Oh, okay. So can we just, Mr. Zelinski, can you just, or Ms. Luden, can you just educate us on exactly what this means? This means the owner still is the owner of the property, correct?
Yes, this is not for Mr. Zelinski. This is not a foreclosure. A third party or various third parties have approached us based on the column on the right, and they asked that they could purchase the city lien from us, and we have opted to go along with those purchases to the third parties.
Okay. At what point, or what is the timeline of these liens? So how long would a homeowner be delinquent before their home is placed on the tax sale lien list? Or, how long? A year, 2 years? And then how long, and what's the time frame for them to pay up their lien and get caught up and take and return ownership to their home, to them?
Well, they already have the ownership.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And depending on what year of the lien, I believe it's 2 years from the tax sale date. A third party is 2 years. So
Okay.
It takes 2 years for the third party to foreclose on these properties. And the third parties will have to continue to pay the taxes on these prior to the foreclosure.
Okay. And they make and the incentive is they get a profit, right? They make a fee.
They earn interest on it, yes.
Yes, correct. Okay. All right. Okay, very well. I just want folks to understand that, because there's a lot of misnomers out there and folks are not understanding. Some folks have, was under the belief that their homes were pushed to foreclosure sooner than lawfully permitted. But we just want to keep reminding folks of the process and the timelines, and hopefully no one's home is being sold off or foreclosed upon before the timeline that the law permits, right? Okay.
City liens city can start foreclosure in 6 months, but we normally don't. We've got quite a backlog of certificates that we're trying to play catch up on.
Okay. And you do send notification to these folks, right, of the status, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon. Unmute yourself, Mr. Conlon.
Is this roll call or?
It was roll call. It is roll call.
That's roll call.
President, call for roll call, and noted for the record, and thank you for reminding me to unmute myself. Next, we have Resolution 21-461, a resolution providing for the insertion of a special item of revenue in the budget of a municipality pursuant to NJSA 40:Cap A 4-87, Chapter 159, Public Law of 1948. Any questions?
No, you may add this to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-462. These are from the Department of Health and Human Services, Dr. Lopez, Director. A resolution authorizing the City of Trenton Department of Health and Human Services to accept the fiscal year 2020 COC program grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
If there's no...
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
This is a grant for what, 4.7 million?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Okay, can you just give a brief overview of this so that the public can know, the amount of money that's coming into the city that's earmarked for us, for Trentonians, and how this grant is expected to benefit the city and its residents?
Right. So we're receiving 4.7 million. That's an increase of about 407,000 compared to fiscal year 2019. So we're looking at fiscal year 20 for this actual resolution. That's how HUD is operating and ordering and awarding their grants to municipalities. So we're looking to fund 19 renewals to various community social service agencies. These subrecipients are Oaks Integrated Care, Catholic Charities, Helping Arms, Rescue Mission, Anchor House, Homefront, Life Ties, and Women's Space. They are our subrecipients to be able to help out with the homelessness population in Mercer County. We are the municipality that have the regional grant, which is Mercer County. And with this grant from fiscal year 2019, we have served and housed 539 homeless youth, individuals, and families. So this is where this money is coming from, to be able to assist residents. And majority of these homeless youth, individuals, and families are from the city of Trenton.
Okay. You say the majority. Is the breakout in this resolution?
No, it's not in the resolution, but I can get that to you, Councilwoman.
Yeah, if you can get us the breakout of how many Trentonians, homeless Trentonians, rather youth or adults, have benefited here, and the percentage that the grant has supported other the same in other municipalities that border Trenton, and also. It's attached to the resolution, the appropriation by nonprofit organization, as you just described. You said
Yes.
Homefront.
Yes, it is. Correct.
Can I see that allocation? Is it here?
I have it in my packet. I would hope that it would be on there, Councilwoman.
It was not received by the clerk's office. The only thing we received as backup was a memorandum from Dr. Lopez dated September 21st, 2021. That was the entirety of the backup. That memorandum basically details how much, how long the grant period is for, how much it received, that $200,000 would be for administrative costs, and that there will be a 30% cash or in-kind match. But that is the totality of the information received as backup.
Oh, wow, because I have attachments all to my whole packet, so I'm not sure why you just received that.
That's all we received, ma'am, so I'm sorry about that. If you want to send them to my office, I'd be happy to get them out to the council tomorrow morning.
Yeah, if you can do that, Mr. Collins and Dr. Lopez, and then we can have it for Thursday, and I'm just going to roll call it, so, and of course pending that information, because I would want Trentonians, residents of the city, know the exact appropriation each one of those nonprofit organizations are receiving to provide us those services, okay?
Yeah, yes, I do have it. If you want me to verbally say it, I can do that, but then I can also send it to you.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Okay, so let me just go to that. So, so that way you can just at least have some understanding, so when it is coming. So when we're looking at Oaks Integrated, we're looking at $690,242. When they include the city administrative total award, it's going to be $715,324. We're talking about Catholic Charities with $450,664. We're looking at Rescue Mission with the permanent supportive housing for chronically homeless women, $31,340,000. Catholic Charities have also a Mercer permanent housing also for $254,266.50. And also we have Oaks Integrated again, their Housing First Samaritan Trenton Mercer, $121,920. We also have Catholic Charities again because it's broke up in different components with them as well, where their PAC program in Mercer County for $71,790. Helping Arms is receiving $333,966. Homefront is receiving $254,698. We have Catholic Charities again with their Trenton Permanent Housing on Greenwood Avenue, $81,677. So we have various entities, even with Women's Space again for their domestic violence component for $240,403. So it's all in here, and I'll make sure that City Clerk receive all of this because it is a breakdown of all the funding that's in here. We also have Anchor House for $100,000 for our youth.
Okay. Oh, this is excellent. This is good. Now, can I just ask also how was what was the basis for the formula? How did we come up with the numbers for each respective organization?
Well, when we did it, right, we put out a bid, and so we do it based on tier, and they are ranked and scored, and based on their housing type, leasing, rental assistance, supportive services, operating costs, all of that come into place on what they can provide to the homeless population, and we score them accordingly, and this is where the funding piece comes from, and how it's allocated.
Okay, so do they ask for the amount, or do we tell them based on the formula you just described how much they are eligible to receive based on the criteria?
Right. Based on the criteria, because they will put it in based on their bid, based on what they would be able to provide, and then we'll go through the criteria, and then they're ranked, and then this is what they would receive. And then when you're looking at also reallocation for some of the agencies that may have underperformed in certain areas, we would reallocate that money to certain areas where it's more beneficial. So we do keep tab of all of that.
Okay.
To make sure that we are appropriately servicing the homeless population.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, and you track the evidentiary-based outcomes as well for each organization?
Yes, we have a project management database, which is called Smartsheet, and so everything is in that database, and it's tracked accordingly.
Okay. Well, Smartsheet is a spreadsheet. I'm familiar with that technology.
Right. Yes, that's where we keep the spreadsheet, but we do have a project management database that we incorporate everything in.
Okay.
And then there's also drawdown system that we do pull from, which is eSnaps, which is a federal government database. Only certain individuals have access to that. And so that's where they do the drawdown, and they have to be specially approved to do that. And that's a federal government database, eSnaps, I don't have access to it, but I do have individuals in my department that do.
And the nonprofit organizations, they provide reports into ESAP or whatever you just described?
eSnaps. So they give the information, and then we do the drawdowns, and the staff who are identified for approval to do that will incorporate that information in there, correct?
Okay. And my last question is, so they get the money, and I'm familiar with these nonprofit organizations that you just described because they have historically, they're the same ones. Okay, so it's like they're on rotation. So I just want to know: did this go out? Was this grant advertised so that other nonprofit organization in our borders, in our district, in our contiguous borders, were able to apply?
Well, it's publicized and advertised for it. It's on a website. So it's not through an advertisement for as newspaper, but it is publicized. So there's certain criteria that we follow through with HUD. There's a specific guidelines that we adhere to, and that's the format that we follow.
So, you don't have to advertise this in a newspaper?
No,
it's required advertisement in a newspaper.
No, it's on a website. It's publicized that route.
But my question is, HUD doesn't. You said that HUD doesn't require to advertise by a public medium.
Yeah, they require for us to publicize, but it says publicized by website. So there's specific criteria for this. So this is like an every year grant that pretty much every municipality is really competing for, and we stay focus and stick to the guidelines that HUD provides, because if we lose this grant, $4.7 million, we are almost complete with fiscal year 2020 that we're going to receive $5.5 million. So we lose this grant, we're looking at almost 600 people that can actually be homeless. So we work tirelessly to adhere to HUD guideline to ensure that we continue servicing the homeless population accordingly.
Okay, but again, so you don't have to, HUD does not require you to advertise in the local newspapers, just on the city website?
It's not the city website. We have a website too, a COC website, Continuum of Care.
Okay, but again, nothing in the newspapers?
No.
Okay. And HUD does not require that, you stated? Is that fact, or do you want to research that, Dr. Lopez?
Well, as far as I was advised, I haven't read the entire packet, but I can tell you, if you're stuck on me being specific to the newspaper or the media, then I will just table that and I'll circle back to you because I see you're fixated on the media piece. So I'll just wait on that and let you know about that. But I'm just telling you, we publicize by website according to the guidelines with that.
Can you get that information?
I sure will, Council President.
Okay, and that's all I have. Thank you.
If we have it by Thursday, it don't have to be tabled. It could stay on, and then you'll just bring the information back before Thursday.
We were trying to table this, or we were roll calling
No.
it?
We're just going to roll
We're not
call.
going to table. We're just going to get the information and move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Dr. Lopez just voted, and I'll make the council gets it tomorrow.
463.
Yes. Council President, this is Resolution 21-463, resolution authorizing the application for and acceptance of grant funds from the New Jersey Department of Health COVID-19 Vaccination Supplemental Funding Grants Program in the amount of $100,000.
Alrighty. This could be a consent agenda, part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. So noted. Next, we have Resolution 21-464. I'm sorry. This is Resolution 21-464. This is a resolution authorizing the application for and acceptance of a grant funds from the New Jersey Department of Health Local Core Capacity for Public Health Emergency Preparedness Links Grants Program in the amount of $102,000.
If there's no questions from the council, 464 can be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. So noted. Next, we have Resolution 21-465, a resolution authorizing the application for and acceptance of grant funds from the New Jersey Department of Health Strengthening Local Public Health Capacity Program 2022 in the amount of $291,042.
If there's no questions from the council, we'll add that to the consent agenda.
So noted, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-466. This is a resolution authorizing the appropriation of $200,000 from the funds allocated to the City of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for the installation of mobile office trailers at the Trenton Animal Shelter.
Can we roll call this? And who's introduced? Oh, I'm sorry, Council President, may I have the floor?
Yes, go right ahead.
So we want to use, we want to draw down another $200,000? Is that what it says?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a typo, but that's what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Because it says $200.
No, actually, there's a comma there. That's a comma, not a period.
Okay.
Mine says 200,000.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like a period from afar. Sorry about that. Let me zoom in a little bit more. There you go.
Okay. So, so this is another drawdown that we're, we didn't, the administration opted to take a different approach instead of, putting it into the budget in aggregate and allocating across the departments. So, so we're spending it in piecemeal. So now we're drawing down $200,000. So I just want to know, Council President, from the business administrator, the balance of the $36.6 million ARPA funds to date. Because we spent $7.6 million on for hazard pay. We spent another $4 million on the in Trenton Waterworks to fix the pipeline on Olden Avenue. So that comes to like 12 million. So by the time we're done here, we done spent all our ARPA money on these little, so can Mr. Cruz or Mr. Zielinski, actually Mr. Zielinski, CFO, can you tell us what the balance is and what the spend is to date so the public can know how much money we spent of our first tranche, because we get another tranche in May 2022, next year, the other half of the money. We now spending, we received the first tranche, and that was 36.5 million. So how much is left, Mr. Zelinski?
Probably around, but we spent the 11 and the 4 was probably 21 million left.
That's not all you spent, Mr. Zelinski. You spent.
Well, and then we spent money for the library, and we're appropriating money here.
And the EMTs.
And the EMTs are part of they're part of the 7 million. They'll get added to the 7 million.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They came back for them.
Right, I know they came back with them, but that was just shy. That'll be part of the 7 million we appropriated. We didn't spend the whole 7 million for, we didn't spend the whole 7 million for the,
hazard pay.
Hazard pay, yes.
Okay, so if we didn't spend that, can you just give us the balance now? What to spend? Do you have that available, Mr. Zelinski?
Not in front of me, no.
I mean,
The only money we've actually spent is the hazard pay money. We've appropriated money, but we haven't really spent it yet. Those appropriations are there. We're required by local government services to appropriate individually each piece of money as we're going to spend it. And that's why we didn't include the whole 36 million in the budget.
Okay, but so to date, we're looking at, we have asked, the council has approved to date almost, I would say 13 million, 14
Right.
million.
Right. So there's, 23 million left.
Okay. All right, well, okay. So now we're looking at another 200,000 here. I'm just concerned, and I can speak on that at another time because we're going through the docket. But it would be good if Mr. Zelinski can come to council and just give us a snapshot of where we stand with the spend of our ARPA funds to date.
I can do that.
At each meeting.
I can do that.
No, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
So, all right, so $200,000 of the ARPA money. I mean, folks, we really want to use the money as it was intended and purpose for. The federal government, President Biden, was clear, and the U.S. Treasury regulatory body is clear to their guidelines on what the money should be spent for. It should be spent on programs and services that were impacted by COVID, period. So all these other projects and things, if it wasn't impacted by the pandemic in any way, and these problems and issues existed before the pandemic, then we shouldn't be using our ARPA funds for that, for those programs and services. We want to make sure that that money leaves an impact and a footprint in the city of Trenton.
Mm-hmm.
So we keep spending like this, we're not going to see the impact that we all were hoping for. So that's all I want to say about that. And I just want to roll call this until Mr. Zelinski can, for Thursday, come with a more comprehensive number as to where we are to spend of our, or the plan to spend and the planned spend to date of the ARPA funds. So can we roll call this, Council President?
Yes, it's already down for roll call. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes. So first I want to say to the public to understand that the animal shelter has been severely impacted by this COVID. People have been dropping off their pets, people from the city of Trenton dropping off their pets. The shelter is overcrowded. The working conditions are disgusting for the workers. They've got animals in their cubicles because they're so overcrowded. We have had these trailers for months now. We purchased these trailers. What we didn't do was we didn't receive a resolution to pay for the hookup for the sewer and the electric so that the staff can move into the trailers and we can have more space in the shelter for the animals. So this is COVID related and this is urgent. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Yes, this is one of the resolutions I was trying to walk on. Again, the animal shelter was affected during COVID. If you go there, you'll see that there's a lot of dogs and cats, people dropping them off at all times, overcrowded, not enough office space, and they're working as hard as they can there for the people of the city of Trenton. And at the end of the day, they definitely need this to be taken care of from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zelensky, my concern is that the council has to ask for a breakdown of the balance when we should be getting a standing report, because a report is required for the federal government. And we had passed a resolution for the city to hire an auditor for this money. And so reports should come to the council, because the reports also have to make their way to the federal government about the expenditures of these funds. So if you could please make sure that we do receive updates, the reports for this money.
The reports are required quarterly, so you will receive the quarterly reports when they're completed.
Right, but we haven't received any, so.
Haven't been required to submit any yet.
I thought that what was required is in July.
No, they put that off till the end of October.
All righty. So let the council get a copy of that report too. Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Just note again, this is going to be roll call. Next, we have resolutions. Excuse me. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Housing and Economic Development, Ciandre Daniels, Acting Director. First, we have Resolution 21-467, a resolution to approve a Trenton emergency loan in the amount not to exceed $20,000 to Canario Supermarket, LLC, doing business as El Tiburon Supermarket.
Is there any questions from the body? I'm seeing no questions for 467. We will add that to the consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I just have a quick question about this one.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman. Go right ahead.
And the title, I would appreciate Mr. Daniels or Mr. Cruz to put in the name of the actual program that the loan is coming from. Is it the UEZ money or is it the COVID money? Like, where's this loan coming from?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman, this is actually UEZ money that is coming from.
Okay. Can you guys just state that in the title as well? Just to make it easy for folks instead of folks having to,
It's down at the bottom of the...
It's in one of the whereases.
Yeah, I know, but it should be also in the title.
Okay.
Did you still want to note that for the consent agenda, ma'am, or did you want to write that roll call?
No, that would be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-468. This is a resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Eric Montejo for sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $73,800.
So, Mr. Conlon, on Thursday I had asked Mr. Cherry for a breakdown. Is this the money mortgage?
This is a purchase money mortgage, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I had asked him for a complete breakdown of the criteria for this program and to let the council know exactly who qualifies, who will be tracking this particular program, and the making sure that the applicants meet all of the criteria as far as the income guidelines and the 5-year occupancy. So Mr. Cherry told me that he would have that information for me on Monday. I haven't received it to date. Is there?
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Excuse me. I spoke with Director Daniels yesterday. He said he had a memo for you, so I'll let him take over if he'd be so kind. I believe that was to be transmitted downstairs when we spoke yesterday, but I'll let him answer that.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Daniels?
Yes, Council President. I do have a memo. I didn't get a chance to actually send it down to your office as of yet. I can get it done first thing in the morning to you, ma'am. What I will tell you is we looked at this, and in the report, what you will also see is that we're, in addition to those questions that you had, one of my recommendations is that we do not handle this as an in-house project. I'm looking to do an RFQ, ma'am, to actually have this underwritten and the actual collection of monies and everything from cradle to grave on this to be handled by an outside vendor. At this particular time, I really don't want our people in the department to have to be caught up, and necessarily don't want it to go down to finance either, ma'am, to be caught up in the business of collecting mortgages. So those questions, in addition to my recommendation of that this should be shipped out of house, will be sent to you tomorrow morning.
All righty. I appreciate that. And Mr. Conlon, when you get that information, if you could distribute it to the entire body, I'd appreciate it, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ma'am, it should be noted that we have I believe there are 4 or 5 on the docket that we have tonight. So I just want to, for your edification and the council's edification, and also for the public's edification, that they will see this at least 3 or 4 more times.
Council President?
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Yes, Councilwoman. Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
So how is this program being communicated to the public? Because I'm sure there's a lot of folks that would be interested in this type of program. Mr. Daniels.
Ma'am, at present, this program is on our website, and typically the way people would normally probably be apprised of it is when they go to auction and they win the auction. That's when we allow and actually give the opportunity for folks who might not otherwise have the opportunity to avail themselves of a mortgage. They get a chance to, through the city and this program, to actually realize home ownership. I believe right now the prevailing rate on this is at 6%. We feel as though it goes a long way towards obliterating some of the blight that's in the city, while at the same time, it's a pathway towards ownership. Okay.
All right. Now, the reason why I ask is because I don't think all of these individuals who are, have applied to the program and are represented here in these resolutions that you're putting forward, are they all residents of the city of Trenton? Because most of the folks, a lot of folks that, attend the auctions are not city residents, right? So how do we prioritize to ensure that city residents are getting access to this program?
Ma'am, I will get the answer for you. These purchase money mortgages predate me. I believe that couched within the whereas is that, part of the requirement is that you are a city resident and that you at least occupy the residence for 5 years. So I'm not going to use the word assume. I would be going far afield to say that, but to the degree that I have been able to vet these ones, it would appear, however, I have no way of verifying that on this call, that they are city residents.
Okay, so,
Council President, this is Sally Samuel. Can I just add some specifics to that just to clarify council and answer Councilwoman Vaughn's question?
If Mr. Douglas is finished and doesn't have a problem with you chiming in, I don't have a problem with it either.
Council President, I do yield to Sally Samuel. She is one of the authors, and she is also our legal person assigned to the department, so she would even have a better understanding.
okay, so since Sally's going to help out with the explanation, and since this was my question, my time, I will also add to the question, Mr. Daniels and Mrs. Samuel. Okay, so the program, the criteria says that this program is for city residents, right, to be eligible.
Correct.
So, so if that's the case, and it says that the individual must live in the home for a period of 5 years.
Correct.
So this is not somebody who already lives in Trenton, who already has a residence and live here, and this is an investment property.
Councilwoman Vaughn, actually, just to clarify, pursuant to the enabling resolution, which was the resolution that authorized the auction, that was the very first time that the city decided to initiate this program. But pursuant to that resolution, the people that qualify are actually current residents or anyone who intends to become a resident. So you don't necessarily have to be a resident at the time that you became the successful bidder, but you are going to be contracted and you must agree to move into the city and reside in that property that you purchased for a minimum of 5 years. Okay. And so I just want to clarify that the enabling resolution, which was resolution 20-671, did not require that anybody that was going to be extended a purchase money mortgage would have to presently be a resident, but they would have to agree to move into the city upon closing, the property, well, actually upon being issued a certificate of occupancy, because let me just say that many of these properties have to be rehabbed. So within our agreements, we're requiring these purchasers to rehab these properties within a specific time frame. And upon being issued a certificate of occupancy, they have to move into the property and live there for a minimum of 5 years.
Okay. And who's providing the oversight and monitoring this activity?
So right now, presently, the real estate division and myself, which really only includes 4 people in total, we have been, endeavoring to do this. And as the director indicated, based on information from the real estate managers and myself, we are thinking it best, given the interest. We have a lot of interest in this program. So given the interest, the level of interest that we have in the program, we've thought it best that we would issue an RFQ in order to retain an outside entity that would manage and facilitate this process, this program, and monitor it for us. For right now, it's just been, basically 2 people out of the 4 people in real estate division. That's myself and Josie Craybon, who's a real estate manager. We have been doing our best to monitor and facilitate the program the best we can. And like I said, it's been a chore. And so we're hoping that very soon we will be able to retain an outside entity that will help us facilitate the program so that it can be a successful program. We want this to be successful.
Okay, so this outside entity that you're going to be sourcing, so they will have a compliance leg to it as well? They provide the oversight for compliance of the program, not only just facilitating, but also have
Yes.
a compliance competency?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay,
Because because as I indicated in our contracts, that each purchaser has signed, they're required to do five things, and one of the things they're required to do is to live in the property. Also, in the deeds that I prepare, I have a reversionary clause that says if you don't live in the property,
And
you find out.
Public board.
Okay, very, very good, Ms. Samuels. We're interested to hearing more, and we'll certainly be tracking your efforts related to this program. And the last thing I would ask, are you in consultation with the law department, with Mr. Bridges on this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm an assistant city attorney. I'm an employee of the law of the city, and but under the law department and under the tutelage and direction of the law director. So yes, everything that I do is basically facilitated and discussed with him. And yes,
And these mortgage contracts, until we source that entity, are these contracts signed and available in the law department? Where are they kept? In the Division of Real Estate or the law department?
They're kept in the Division of Real Estate because that's the Division of Real Estate's, that's their role and responsibility. They keep many of these contracts from our auction. So because these purchase money mortgages stem from our auction, they're kept and managed in the Real Estate Division in Housing and Economic Development.
Okay, very well. Thanks.
You're very welcome.
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Councilman
a
Rodriguez.
couple comments. One question that it says 6%, but the market right now is like 2.75, 2.80. Although, and then are these people aware that they are going to pay 3% at least more interest with this money mortgage deal? And I don't believe that the city should be into these real estate matters. I agree that should be, Mr. Daniel says, an outside source, but I believe it should be either a credit union or a bank dealing with these loans. That the city of Trenton, the financial institutions, they discriminate against residents, especially if you go with a plan for rehabbing an old house. They don't lend to Trentonians. They don't. And what I believe that we should do is somehow influence those financial institutions and get them compromised to assist our residents in acquiring these loans. I believe. Hello?
Council President, if I could answer the councilman?
Yes, but let me finish and then you can answer. But you might not be aware, Mr. Daniels, that in Trenton, it's not like where you're coming from, that you go to a bank and they give you the money. No, here, not here. If you have to have a good credit, and this 6% is okay for a person that has bad credit, real bad credit, that is trying to fix his credit. Yes, this is a good program for those people. But people with good credit that have been discriminated by our financial institutions, this is not helping them. At the end, they're going to find out, say, well, I'm paying more than what I should be paying. Because, okay, Mr. Daniels, you can convince me that I'm wrong now.
No, sir. That's not my job. I can appreciate your sentiments. What this program actually does, while the percentage rate is higher than what market rate is right now to those who have the absolute best credit, what it does is gets individuals their foot in the door. What it does is, if you will, present the American dream to those who want to have access to it. I think Ms. Samuels aptly put it when she simply said that it's not that these houses are free. It's not like you move in ready, if you will, that you're taking ownership of a house that has from roof to basement, everything fully done. There is some rehabbing of these units.
Excuse me, Mr. Darius, I understand that clearly. I know. I live in Trenton for 50 years. My concern is that once the resident rehabs the house, make it nice, can they refinance through a bank and pay us so that they could save money on the interest? That's my question. I don't know if it's part of the...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can.
Okay, good.
There's no prepayment penalty for the purchase money mortgage. If they rehab the home and they can get a loan from a bank at that time, they can pay us and they can save on that interest. And let me just add that the 6% interest, we're regulated by state statute to offer that percentage of interest. Like, we had no choice. Like, we couldn't just say, let's go with the market. That's what the state statute regulates pursuant to this, for this program. So unfortunately, that's where we are.
Okay, and what are the efforts to influence the financial institutions so that they could lend money to our local residents? That's what we need to work on really real fast. We have to, because we have banks in here. Yes, they take your money when you open an account, but once you go to apply for a loan, it's impossible unless you are even business owners in Trenton are having problems in getting loans from our local banks and credit unions.
Council President, can I just respond to the councilman's comment with regard to that?
Yes, yes.
Councilman Rodriguez, what you state is a very important issue and matter, and I don't really think that it's really specific to the purchase money mortgage. In order to address that problem, that will require like implementing or creating a new program. And in past municipalities that I've worked in, we've done that. We've engaged banks. In order to create, a process so that the residents in those municipalities could have preference, in order to get loans to purchase homes and things. So I think that it's not really specific. I know that you've raised it with regard to the purchase money mortgage, but it's not really specific to that. And it's something that definitely council and the administration and the Department of Housing and Economic Development under the direction of the director can work together to implement, but that will just, that really is just another program that really needs to sort of be, brainstormed and vetted and created, and then put into place so that we can help our residents in that way.
I agree with you, and that will be good, and I'll be willing to, I will get the resolution together to create that other program, and because this program is excellent for people that don't have good credit. Some of the 6% is reasonable if you don't have credit, but if you have good credit, 6% is excessive. Although those are the rules, but we should try to transition into the program that you are talking about. That will be, I will work with the economic development on it. I still have 14 months left in City Council, so I'll be more than willing, and I'll be willing to sponsor a resolution on this regards to work with the financial institutions so we can alleviate that problem from our residents, because, the way I see it is discrimination. That's how I see it, because of the diversity of the city. It wasn't like that years ago. It wasn't like that 40, 50 years ago. That was different. And I financed a couple of properties in Trenton through the years. So we have to definitely work with, because certain banks are doing it to certain communities, and that's not right. So I'll be willing to work with economic development and whoever, and Mr. Ecology is in the core, so I want him to start researching that issue and see what type of resolution we could come up with to put it in the books, that we are definitely going to reach to these financial institutions to help our residents. Thank you, and thank you for your answers, Mr. Daniel, Ms. Summers.
So Ms. Samuels, I have just a question, because in the resolution, I do not see where it says the residency clause. So, like, when these resolutions are filed for these particular individuals, is the residency clause in the contract part?
Yeah, yes, Council President. Each contract has a provision that requires the purchaser to live in the property upon issuance of a certificate.
Could you just highlight that? Could you highlight that on the screen for me, please? I just need to see where it's located, because I don't see it in here.
Yeah, it's not in the purchase money mortgage document. The purchase money mortgage document just sets forth the terms of how the mortgage would be implemented and how the payments would be made. It's actually in the contract of sale for each individual. If you would like me to provide copies of each contract of sale to the council, so that
I just need to see where the residency clause is at, because that's very important to the whole concept of getting a money mortgage, is that we're adding to the tax roll, we're getting people to become homeowners, and that home ownership is important, but not to find out that they took advantage of the money mortgage program and then rent the property out, and therefore the neighbors have another rental property next to them instead of a person that actually owns the property. So I'm just looking to see it. I need to see that residency clause, and I don't see it. That's why I'm asking.
Right. So as I was saying, it's not in the actual mortgage note or the mortgage or the loan agreement. That language is in the actual contract of sale between the city and the individual who you see on each purchase money mortgage document. So what I was saying is that I could provide you with the contract of sale, because they have to abide by the terms of the contract of sale as well. So I can provide you with the contract of sale.
But I'm thinking that it should be in.
It should be in the backup.
Yes, because the fact of the matter is, when these records are pulled further down the line, if that is not a part of the, if it's not written here in this.
Actually, Council President, it is in the note. I'm so sorry. If you could just give me a second, and I'll tell you because I'm unable to put it up on the screen. I don't know if the clerk can. It's in the note. Let me just find the section. It is actually. We did put that provision in there. I'm sorry, I didn't remember.
Okay, because I was very concerned about that. So I would like to see it, because I was looking through, and it must have been an oversight on my part, because I didn't see it.
Coming up something.
Ms. Samuel, I made you a presenter, so you can actually share your screen now.
That's why I'm asking you, what do you want to eat?
Okay, believe me, I eat anything.
They need to, Miss.
If we could limit if we can find the conversation about the dinner and mute that, please, I greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry, I can't find them off the top.
Another building.
Miss Gori?
Hold on 1 second. Mr. Blakely, I'm trying to find and
Your problems?
You don't know.
Jesse Gori.
I think I got it. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Blakely.
I was just saying, I want to be clear, it's not me.
No. I got that. I saw where it was coming from. We could all hear the dinner conversation.
So while she's looking for that, we can continue. Miss Samuels, I just would
Yes,
like,
Kim.
yes, I just would like to see that in the contents of the cell, because you said that the point that you said that it's in the contract, the cell, but not on the actual paperwork. But if the city is the one that's doing it and it's not the bank that is actually moving forward with the cell, it should be in there. So if you can get that to me and highlight that for us, and we can probably look at it later on before we finish, give you the opportunity to find it.
Yes, I'm pulling it up. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm pulling it up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Conlon, we can go to the next resolution until she's able to get that up for us.
Okay, so I'm going to hold the decision on roll calling or consent agenda until the information comes through, Council President.
Yes.
Is that my understanding? Okay.
Yes.
We'll move ahead to, and I just need to put a question mark there, so don't forget to come back. Next, we have Resolution 21-469, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to apply and accept grant monies up to the amount of $300,000 from the United States Environmental Protection Agency's Brownfield Assessment Grants. And I will get that back up on the screen for the public in 1 second. There you all go. Council President, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, if the body don't have any questions, it can be added, to consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-470. This is a resolution accepting, excuse me. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to PARS Environmental, a Montrose Group company for environmental remediation, LNAPL, in soil and groundwater, in accordance with state requirements to conduct soil and intern groundwater remediation at a portion of the former Crane Pottery Site, 305 North Clinton Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, for a period of 1 year at an amount not to exceed $155,785 through bid 2021-37.
Is there any questions?
Madam President, I don't know, but I think that the number.
Yeah, there's a typo on the docket, but the resolution is correct. It is 155,000.
Okay.
And I'll make sure.
155, because it doesn't say 155 here. It says 1,535,000.
In there, I'll get it corrected. But it is 155,785. The resolution on the screen is correct.
Okay. All righty. So make sure that is corrected by Thursday before the vote is cast. All righty. If there's no questions, then we'll add that to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Next, we have Resolution 21-471, and I'll get that up on the screen next. This is a resolution extending the designation for 1 year and removing conditional status to the 6th Regiment United States Colored Troops, USCT, as redeveloper property at Block 1802, Lots 16 and 17, 73 Hart Avenue, within the North Clinton Avenue redevelopment plan.
I'm sorry. What is this? I can't see it, Mr. Collins.
This is to remove the conditional status. A resolution extending the designation for 1 year and removing the conditional status to the 6th Regiment United States Colored Troops. This is Mr.
Algernon.
Thank you, Algernon Ward's organization and the property that they're working on, ma'am.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. And see, this is just a housekeeping item. Council President, can I speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Again, I mean, Mr. Collins, I know you're swamped and I know you're under-resourced, but see, something like this, we should put who is introducing this piece of legislation, right? Particularly when it comes from one of our citizens.
Well, this is actually...
Mr. Algernon's name on here at all.
Well, Mr. Algernon Ward does not introduce resolutions to this council, so his name would not go on the resolution. He's not a member of this council. Only a council member under your rules can introduce a resolution. As this came from the administration, I don't have a council member yet to sponsor this. Accordingly, there is no name to put on there. Mr. Ward's name certainly would not be appropriate because, once again, he's not a member of council.
Okay.
I
Well,
will sponsor it.
I would like to sponsor it. Please put my name down as
It's
one of
in
the
the
sponsors.
North Ward, I would like to sponsor it.
Well, we can come to an agreement where you can both co-sponsor it, and we'll work that out.
I'd like to sponsor it as well.
Okay, and I'm sure, so I'll send an email out to see which of the council would like to join in co-sponsorship. And if everybody agrees, then we can work that out. If not, then it will be the way we normally do it.
Mr. Collin, well,
Yes.
since Council Vice President Carla Wilson stated rightfully that the property is in her ward, and she can we do primary and secondary co-sponsors?
Well, normally the way we do co-sponsorship, we type everybody's name in for those that wanted to join. And, if we wanted to come to an agreement on that before the resolution actually is brought to the floor, and then it would be a motion by all, and then a second by whomever wanted a second, just for perfunctory purposes. In a lot of cases, second is even necessary. In some cases, it is. So in this case, I'll circulate an email this morning, see who wants to sponsor it. If everybody agrees, we'll go with that. We'll take care of that in the morning, and I'd be happy to type that in for Thursday's meeting.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Conlon, redevelopment is misspelled.
That would be, I will get another copy from the Housing and Economic Development, who would have typed this out, so I will make sure that they respell redevelopment. That typo did not come from my office, so Mr. Daniels, just if we can get it corrected and signed by Mr. Bridges tomorrow for the redevelopment, and it's just transposed. It's missing the N right here.
Sort of an end.
Yeah, it's just, so, I mean, we type tens of thousands of letters in a week, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about the typos. They do happen. Everybody makes a mistake. I make at least one a day. So we'll get that corrected. And then when we get that corrected, I'll take. So, and we are all here, but we can hear you. So if you can mute yourself, we'd greatly appreciate it. And if IT can assist with that in the background of just keeping people muted, greatly appreciate it. So I will circulate the email to council. For right now, do we want to roll call this or move it to the consent agenda, ma'am?
It could be in the consent agenda.
And then I will make sure that that I circulate an email. Any council, well, for right now, you're all here. If anybody wishes to sponsor, I will circulate the email. Just let me know if you wish to be sponsor, and I'll circulate to see if we all agree. And if we do, then we'll type everybody's name out, and that will be. I'll put that up on the website with those changes before Thursday.
All righty. You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-472.
These could be roll call. This could be roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
If nobody have any, did anybody have any questions on these money mortgages? If not, they could be part of the.
I can't hear you, Council President.
Okay.
I said if no one have any questions on these particular money mortgages, besides the questions that we've already put forth, then we can do a consent on them if there's no objection.
So noted. And would that go for 468 as well, ma'am?
Yes.
Pending Miss Samuel showing us the when she's ready. Miss Samuel, are you ready by any chance?
Mr. Conlon, I was not certain on how to share documents on Teams,
Okay.
so I actually emailed you the document, and I'm asking if you could share it for me.
Council President, would you like me to do that at this time?
Yes, please do.
Just bear with me for 1 second, and I will bring that in. Okay, so I'm actually going to put this in the view that I can actually stand, which is one page at a time.
If you could scroll down to paragraph 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It states
Paragraph
restriction.
There it is right there.
Mr. Conlon, can you share that with us?
Yes, it's on. It should be on your screen right now.
No, I see it. I see it there, but I mean in our emails. So because I like
Sure.
to see the whole document, Rito.
I will do that right now while Ms. Samuel discusses paragraph 7 for you.
So paragraph 7 says the property will serve as the primary residence for a minimum of 5 years from the date of issuance of the certificate of occupancy under the Uniform Construction Code of the state of New Jersey. So it is in the mortgage document, which will be recorded, as well as the contract of sale. And as I was indicating earlier, that language is also going to be in the deed that's provided to each purchaser, along with a reversionary clause, that if we find that they are not living in the property will revert back to the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Samuels.
You're very welcome, Council President.
All righty, you may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. And that being said, Resolution 21-468, returning to that was left in question mark status pending that presentation. And it's my understanding you would now like to move it to the consent agenda or any questions from the body. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Any objections to the body to moving 21-468 to the consent agenda? Seeing none, Council President moves to the consent agenda, and that also goes to 21-472, ma'am?
Yes.
Which is the one we're considering now. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-473. 21-473, resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Nora Salazar for the purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $45,000. Consent agenda, ma'am?
If there's no objections.
So noted, and move to that, and move to the consent agenda for Thursday's consideration. Next, we have Resolution 21-474. This is a resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Shanita Hamlet for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $51,750.
Consent agenda if there's no objection.
Yes, ma'am. So noted. Next, we have Resolution 21-475. This is a resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Tony Ball for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $45,000.
If there's no objection, move it to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. So noted. Next, Resolution 21-476. This is a resolution authorizing the public auction of certain city-owned properties pursuant to NJSA 40:Cap A 12-13A of the Local Lands and Buildings Law.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I just want to remind Mr. Daniels, he's new in town, that we had some auctions done in the last year. After we sold the property, there were people coming back to council because they couldn't pay for those properties because things happened or whatever. I would like for those bidders to be aware that they cannot be coming back to council, because they didn't like the property after they bought it or whatever. They have to be clear. And we have to make it possible for them to go inside those properties, make it available for them so that they know what they are buying. Because, we had that happen a few times in the past. We have to approve returning the deposits on those properties. And, you know, I don't, then the auction process is useless if we have to, the majority of them, they are going to go back. We have to return the money on them. So that to make sure that if you get into that, you know what you get it into. And make them aware of this money market, whatever market program and stuff, so that they keep the property. Because our purpose with the auctions is to bring those properties back to the tax rolls. That's we need taxation money. You know, we need properties to be paying taxes. So selling one time and then wasting 6-7 months, and then after that coming back, putting it back to auction, that is not too good. Okay, so let's try to do that.
Yes, sir.
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
I think Mr. Santiago is referring to, I think, we had a previous person at auction who purchased property, but they had relatives who died during COVID. And he was the one I know who went come back. That's the one I'm thinking.
No,
We're
Mr.
trying to get the money.
We have more than one.
Yeah.
We have more than that person.
Right, but that guy had family members who passed away, and the council members decided not to help him out in his time of need. So
he had
things
three
do come up.
properties, and we agreed to do return his deposit in 2. Yes, he had 3. He bought 3. I don't know why he bought 3. If he, you know, unless he had
For family members. For family members, he explained that. He tried to explain that, but you guys wouldn't let him speak. But at the end of the day, he tried to get his money back because he had family members who died. That's what happened.
Council President.
Don't seem to remember that one, but I do. Thank you very much.
Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
And Mr. Bridges and/or Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Collin. I sent an email out earlier in the week about rules of engagement and meeting protocol and etiquette, and certain topics of discussion, particularly about duly elected officials, are not permitted in public meetings. So any opposition or support of any elected official should not be permitted by any of us. So we are not to discuss or oppose or support any elected official in this city because we're all duly elected. The time to oppose or support an elected official is at the ballot, not in public meetings, because public meetings are funded by the residents and taxpayers in the electorate. So the electorate for this term, for this council, has spoken. So we don't need to attack each other because we are here because for this term, as the law permits, to represent the city of Trenton until the next election. So there's no reason for any of us to speak against any of us or oppose or support, and that's what the law says. So we can't do it on taxpayer dollars. So this meeting is for a discussion of the business of this city, period. Thank you. And I just want to remind everybody of that. I sent that law, and Mr. Kaloji or Mr. Bridges and or Mr. Collin, you guys are the subject matter experts here. If you want to remind us of all that, I would much appreciate it.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
Exactly. The same way my colleagues should refrain from making racist comments, and it continuously happens over and over again.
Miss, we're not gonna start this back and forth. Let us move on to the agenda. Mr. Collin, will you continue, please?
I need the designation for consent or roll call for 21-476, ma'am.
Yes, that was for the auctions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, if there's no opposition or objection, we can add it. Do you want to roll call it, Councilman?
No, it's not that, well, in the package again, I didn't get the list of those properties that are going to be.
There was in the backup, there was sent out to the council backup.
In the computer one, but it's, the way you send in those resolution by resolution, it's hard to follow up on where that stuff is going to be. That I believe that to take probably just one page, one side to put. It's not going to be thousands of properties. It's probably 20, 25. So I don't see why they could be added to this package.
Okay, we're training somebody to redo the package, so I'll make sure they're added next time.
The public is entitled to look at it.
I could also print them out and put one in your mailbox for tomorrow. They are attached to the backup for 21-476.
He said, Mr. Collin, he said that put it up for the public. Thank you.
So there are a total of 93 properties on the list. This was also advertised for the public. They have to do an advertisement announcing the auction. So these will actually be published. The list will actually be published in accordance with the law. So these are all the options. Should anybody wish to, you can email my office at trentonnj.org. And with council's permission, I'd be happy to release this list. But once again, these will be advertised as part of the auction process to advertise the auction.
That could be a part of the consent agenda, Mr. Collin.
Yes,
You may
so,
continue.
and next we have Resolution 21-477. This is a resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Carroll Group, Inc., awarded on an emergency basis for demolition services in the city of Trenton for a 2.5-story wood frame structure in a collapsed state located at 95 and 97 Sweets Avenue in the amount of $27,790.
Roll call.
It actually would have to be roll called. I'm not sure if that, well, it can be a consent, but it has been called for roll call. Anything else, ma'am, or would you like me to proceed?
No, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, this warrants, is Mr. Kaloji on the line?
Yes, he is.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Kaloji.
Good evening.
Just for the education of the council and the education to the public. There's been a lot of discussion about these emergency contracts and what deems an emergency and when the city can execute such a contract on an emergency basis. So can you just speak to the law on emergency contracts?
Councilwoman
October, I'm sorry.
Well, as relates to,
I was gonna ask Councilwoman Vaughn, would she like Mr. Collin to post up the opinion on the screen
oh yes, definitely.
for Mr. Kaloji?
Hold on 1 second, ma'am. You would be releasing your attorney-client privilege information, just to let you know, by doing this. But that's not a problem. Let me just get the email.
We're talking about
I'm
the
going to be
October
so happy when that
email, I
check for
guess.
125 Clearfield comes in and I never have to deal with that again.
Yeah, if IT can mute that person, please, and start just muting people. I'm looking for Mr. Kaloji's opinion, and I'm almost there. And okay, October 11th.
And the reason why I asked Council President, and it's because, the reason why I'm asking Mr. Kaloji to speak to the public on this matter, because I don't really believe, I will be voting no on this if this goes to vote, but I don't believe that they should even be on the docket because they're not legal. And they should not go to vote because they're not within the confines of the law. And this council should not be voting on anything that does not meet the criteria of the law. An emergency contract such as this, based on Mr. Kaloji's opinion, as I read it, does not meet the criteria of the law. And we should not be made to vote on this, and it should be removed from the docket and not entertained for vote on Thursday, depending on what Mr. Kaloji provides advice here today. You have the floor, Mr. Kaloji. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President, may I proceed? Council President?
Go right ahead, Mr. Colosi.
Oh, okay.
And the,
On October
and his
11th, I
opinion.
sent a detailed memorandum to the council giving an overview of the law of emergency contracts in New Jersey generically. I believe that's what's going to be posted. On October 18th, I sent the council a further detailed email. I sat down after entertaining a lot of documentation and reviewing it and research. I sat down with the city attorney, with other officials, and we went over each of the three matters that are in the next three resolutions. And I then sent council on October 18th a detailed memorandum on each of those three matters, on the facts of each matter, and the applicability of the emergency contracts legal provisions to those matters. You know, obviously there's a lot of significant issues here, but as I put in the bottom of my October 18, 2011 communication, I said that council, based upon the above, council will have to make a determination as to whether these matters were in fact emergencies, warranting the award of contracts under NJSA 48:11-16.
I don't get this. A week after week, we have to ask.
I'm working on it, ma'am. I'm muting them as they come up. But if we, and I'm going through and muting them in general, so please continue, Mr. Colosi. Sorry. Certain people come in and then...
That's essentially it. I mean, unless we want to get into the details of each resolution, the factual background, you know, when the emergency was declared, when the emergency was pursued for a contract, when the work was done, that's all in the October 18th memorandum. If you want to, you know, discuss that on the record.
It's on the
do that
screen.
over
It's
Okay.
on the screen.
Now, you don't have to go into detail, but I just want the public to be aware that just because a resolution is introduced to council doesn't make it legal. Just because any council member or someone of the mayor administration or the mayor himself puts a resolution up for vote doesn't make it legal or appropriate. So if a resolution does not pass the muster of the law, then it should not be executed, or the council should not be voting on it. And I will ask the council president that these, based on the advice from the attorney and/or the council attorney, Mr. Colosi, and/or the council attorney, West Bridges, although he signed it for form and legality. So I would like for him to also just, speak to the public and state whether or not he confers with Mr. Colosi, or or is he of a different opinion that these resolutions are legal. So, Mr. Colosi, if you want to just state the law, or rather these resolutions are proper and pass the criteria of emergency, I believe the administration can reintroduce them under another provision, but certainly not emergency. So can you just speak to that?
Well, they're proceeding, the resolutions are proceeding under NJSA 48:11-6 emergency contracts. The local public contracts law is the basic law that the city uses to obtain goods and services. The basic rule, which we've discussed on many occasions, requires public bidding. There are a number of exceptions to the public bidding rule. One is emergency contracts. When there is a true emergency that's affecting the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires the immediate delivery of goods or services, the law allows the municipality to not have to take bids, but to follow certain procedures and to immediately secure someone to perform the immediately needed services. In this particular case, there seem to be significant time gaps between the initial perception or declaration of an emergency and when the work was called for and when the work was done. When I'm saying time gaps, I don't mean days, I mean months and months. Some of them a total of as long as 9 months. So that makes it difficult for me as an attorney to suggest to the council that there is not an issue with the definition of emergency. You know, emergency to me suggests the pipe is broken and the water is gushing down the street. The, building is teetering to the point where something has to be done today or tomorrow. But these time gaps are what's causing the problem in interpreting this as a true emergency.
Thank you. Mr. Bridges, would you like to speak to your opinion and your signature of approval here?
Yes, Council President, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Bridges.
Yes, Mr. Kaloji accurately reflected the laws with respect to emergency bidding. As long as there is a certification by the certifying entity department that there is a true emergency. In this instance, we were faced with certification of falling bricks, falling buildings, falling walls. There's another caveat to that there has to be a notification to purchasing agent. Once those conditions are met, from a legal standpoint, the request for emergency contract is proper. So you have a building falling down, potentially falling on people that you don't have time to go out to bid for. That's an emergency under the definition of that. Now, taking that forward, the logistics of which, when that work gets done, that's something that council is going to have to take into consideration with one specifically. But in terms of the legality of asking for an emergency contract with a building falling down, suffice it to say that's pretty much a need for an emergent contract.
So I'm talking about related to this particular issue. So you signed on to it, so you believe that this is an emergency, and you have no concern with the time gap.
I question the time gap, but the fact that the building is falling down, I don't care if it's falling down on day 1 or day 50. If it's going to fall down on someone to potentially hurt a member of the public walking past it, it doesn't change the emergent nature of it. I do question, and as Mr. Kaloji stated, we have conversed about this, and we have conversed about this with the administration to address this issue and address our concerns. But if a building's going to fall on your head today, it's an emergency. If a building's going to fall on your head next month, it's still an emergency. And I have concern with the time frame of it, but there's still an emergent nature. So that's a discussion that council, I'm happy to have with council now. We could have an executive session. We could have it however we want to. And it's something that we're going to have to deal with because as it was certified, if you take a look at the docket, the package that are given to you ahead of time, and you look at the picture and you look at the certifications and you see police tape around the sidewalk with bricks falling down, maybe it's me, but I think that's an emergency.
Okay. So again, I concur totally with Mr. Kaloji's opinion, and I will definitely be voting no, but I would caution the council, my colleagues, that this should be removed from the docket. And the administration should go and return and place another criteria for these particular resolutions. But they don't classify as emergency based on the detailed analysis that Mr. Kaloji put forward. I guess Mr. Bridges didn't put his opinion is not in writing, correct? Mr. Bridges, do you have something to show the public in writing?
I was not asked for anything in writing. I signed my name to it. But if I may add another point to that, I don't believe that Mr. Kaloji's opinion said that these were illegal, and maybe Mr. Kaloji can expound upon that. But I also want to add one other caveat to this. One of these properties were privately owned. So you can't, as a city, simply say it's an emergency and go and knock down someone's privately owned property. You have to put them on notice. You have to levy the requisite fines, and you have to go through a process. So I think you got to do a little bit more due diligence before you say that these are illegal. And unless Mr. Kaloji tells me otherwise, I did not hear him say this was illegal.
So before we go back and forth, I want to ask a question. So you have these time gaps, and we have an inspection department. And my question would be, if you have a property that is privately owned and there's bricks falling down, whatever happened to doing like I see other municipalities do, fence the property off and protect the residents. We have a fully staffed inspection department. And so we don't know how to fence properties off for the public safety. If the property belongs to a private owner, does that not, we still don't have an obligation to our residents, to the people coming and going? As a city, don't we still have an obligation to protect them, whether it's privately owned or whether it's deemed as an emergency that cannot actually happen within the next 48 hours? What happens to protecting the public?
Yeah, Council President, I don't know if that's directed to me, but I'm happy to answer it if Director Daniels would like to jump in. Yeah, when it's for you, you are.
Council President, I've been trying to speak.
Council
I don't know
President.
what's happening.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Yeah, I would just simply say that you're absolutely right, ma'am, and we take every caution and precaution, and it's actually part of our due diligence that when we find these imminent hazards, we actually barricade and put up the yellow tape. On this one in particular, go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
No, that's someone else, Mr. Daniels. That's not me.
Oh, okay. So you're absolutely right, and those precautions are absolutely taken. While I would agree with Mr. Kaloji on some instances, on many instances, and I would even support Mr. Bridges and his advancement, I don't know that they rise to the level of being illegal. I think that if I had to use a term, I would use perhaps overzealous in regard for the public's best interest. That no person would actually be harmed. In many of these three particular instances, ma'am, what I was able to ascertain is that we saw an imminent hazard. We cited it in the one instance, the owner of that particular property. And over a period of time, through decay, one, a fire had happened in the abandoned residence. Another act of God by way of a weather incident caused the walls in the back and the walls in the front to actually fall down into the street. So while it appears troublesome, what I would simply say is that you have a department who acted in the significant best interest of the welfare and public safety of the residents of Trenton. And over a period of time, after citing the one individual that was a private homeowner, the city just went on and actually, by way of our due diligence, handled the matter. I hope that answers to some degree. I can tell you that we had a fire in the city last week for a short moment, and dealing with this one particular vendor who was ready on site. It was, for a short moment, we had to ascertain whether the structure in question was privately owned or whether it was a city-owned property. Brick and decay was in the street. This was a major road, 206, on Broad Street. And to exacerbate the problem, we had a gas leak. With all of that in place, I can tell you that being on site with my team, there was a heavy burden as to what would actually constitute an emergency in this matter. So, what I can just tell you, Council President, and you, Councilwoman Robin Vaughn, while I surely can understand that there is some concern, I would really like to see this vendor, this particular vendor, and these matters adjudicated and taken care of. If there was a degree of overzealousness, I think it was done in the best interest of the public's regard.
Council
President McBride.
Council President, I'm not done
I
yet.
have two questions.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
No, Council President, I'm not done yet. I didn't even yield. I was just,
Councilwoman
I gotta
Caldwell
finish this.
Wilson.
Council President, I haven't even
Let
finished my question.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson ask her question, please. Councilwoman Vaughn, I'm yielding the floor to
I know, but how can you
Councilwoman.
yield the floor and I'm not even finished? I haven't turned
I'm
over yet.
yielding the floor, Councilwoman.
No, but I don't understand
Caldwell
this.
Wilson.
I don't understand the model here.
But okay, I'm yielding the floor to Council Caldwell Wilson.
Poor management of meetings. This is ridiculous. I
Okay.
didn't even finish my question. But I hope you
You're right
yield
ahead,
back to
Councilwoman
me.
Caldwell Wilson.
Okay. So I was going to raise the issue that you did, Council President, about fencing, because I don't particularly think that police tape protects the public. You've got children that are going to dodge under that tape. And I know for a fact, I know that these properties are falling apart and they do have to come down. They're a danger. But there's one of them that I reported many, many months ago, and inspections went out and they did declare an emergency, and it's still an emergency. And that's my issue, is that why aren't we addressing them at the time that they become an emergency? And if we can't address them immediately, we need to put a fence around them for the public safety so that the public will walk beyond the fence and not have these bricks falling on them. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
President McBride.
Councilman Blakely.
Okay. I just want to say a few things. Well, I want to ask a few questions. How many abandoned buildings that are city-owned does the city of Trenton own in the city of Trenton?
Council President, may I answer?
Yes, you may, Mr. Daniels.
Councilman, we have approximately 1,000 that are abandoned. The total number may be higher. That's in ill disrepair.
That's in disrepair. On average, how much would it cost to tear down all of the city properties that we own that are in pretty bad shape, that are like beyond repair?
Sir, it would be really hard to calculate. Where we have blocks like Sanford, where the block is pretty well decimated, the cost would probably be cheaper
So let me be clear, Mr.
President McBride, I'm asking a few questions.
Daniel,
I'm not done yet.
We are talking about this emergency resolution, and
No,
Councilman Blakely has
I'm
to
asking
stay focused to this
President McBride.
resolution.
I'm just asking a few questions. Yeah. So why is it that, what is the rationale around why you want to tear down this building? Like, why is it a practice of the city for the city to tear down buildings that are in ill repair? Like, what danger do they cause to the city of Trenton's residents?
Well, sir, they're part of the overall blight, but more importantly, they just present themselves as hazards. While I cannot speak to any degree of specificity of the fire that we had in town last night, from what I understand, that there were some squatters in the residence. As we transition from summer to fall and looking forward to winter, we know that we have a displaced population in the city of Trenton, and people are seeking shelter the best way they can. We, through our Public Works Department, in concert with the Police Department, Fire Department, and Housing and Economic Development, do our absolute best to cover the city and make sure that we identify these imminent hazards and have them boarded up and covered up. However, even with our best efforts, sometimes we find some of the same dwellings that we boarded up, that the front door or the barricades that we put up have come down, and folks are finding their way in. So, you know, if in the most perfect world, they would all be down and we would have green spaces in their respective place.
Okay.
Right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. I would just end with this. I find it absolutely
incredulous, absolutely incredible, that we are spending 20, 30 minutes debating about if a abandoned property that is falling apart is an emergency. It literally is shocking. I can't understand why we are wasting time on this issue when we know that these buildings are meccas, are magnets of rodents, vermin, of all types of things, all types of negative things. And we are spending time debating if these items are actually emergent. They are emergent. And that's why I'm going to be supporting that these buildings come down. And it's just amazing. It's incredible. It's like I'm in a twilight zone. That a city that has the amount of blight, the amount of abandoned buildings, that the municipal council is really serving as an impediment to public safety, for these buildings to come down that are, quite frankly, mar the city and that make this city less attractive to the people who live here and the people who want to live here. We have an opportunity to tear down these buildings. These are buildings that should have been torn down a long time ago. And we're getting into legal minutia when we should be focused on how can we get these buildings down so that people who live in their environments, in nearby these buildings, don't have to suffer with their presence. There are thousands of people who live in this city who live next door to abandoned properties. And I'm just shocked. I can't believe it. Can we just move on to the vote or move on? This is shocking. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Council President. Council President, can I say one thing?
I'm going to let Councilman Rodriguez speak, and then you could have the last word, Councilwoman Vaughn. Councilman Rodriguez.
Council President, I want to speak. I want to get in here and speak. Can't get no airtime.
Can I speak, Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I hear voices on the background. Mr. Daniels, are you aware of that we used to have $11 million to demolish houses in Trenton that are in bad conditions, and we have been very slow on that. And some of them, those ones, they are emergencies. But if we are going to go by emergencies, we have 1,000 emergencies in Trenton. Then why we can't identify? I've been fighting for a block, on the 400 block of West Hanover, for 3.5 years, and they are still standing there. All these abandoned properties, unsafe, fires once in a while, but we pick one or two in different areas. They are emergencies, but the rest, they are not emergencies. We have to clarify this. And we are dealing with this, what an emergency contract is. This is not a matter of how many houses we have. It's a matter of if it was the time frame. You have an emergency, but you wait 6 months to demolish that property. That's what Mr. Kaloji was talking about, and that's what I am concerned, because, if I'm going to vote for something that really, I have to say, the 1,000 properties are emergencies, but according to the contract law, that's what we have to go back, the contract law. If it's the contract law say to me, if it's an emergency matter, it should not take more than 30 days, 2 weeks. During the fires, yes, the next day. They have been doing that in Trenton, Mr. Daniels. The next day, we have been taking care of them because it's an imminent emergency. But the rest of the city, inspections, I don't know, the inspectors know that they're condemned, but they are still standing there for years and years, and we have money to get rid of some of them. So that's what we should be doing, getting rid of some of them. I have problems on how the implications of me voting yes to this contract, because if it's not abiding by the law, the contract law, I have problems. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Councilman Michelle. Councilman Michelle.
Yes. In regards to the emergencies, you had 1 year COVID. You also had these houses come down. I asked if any of the council people went to the building department to look at the photographs that were taken of these buildings prior to this. Now, why do we want to punish the contractor? The contractor did the work, and it's done right. We should be paying them. Everybody wants to get paid for their job. What do you want to prolong this for? We're going to go to court, and we're going to lose it, and we're going to pay the money, just like I did for the handicap ramps. We held up the money. We end up paying the money, paying the fine, and everything. We have to pay the contractor. The work is done, period. Thank you. I'll be voting yes.
Council
Council
President?
President.
Mr. Harrison.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Harrison.
Yes, as was said tonight, we have over 1,000 properties. We have, Mr. Daniel said it could be squatters. We could have firefighters that have to go in there to put these buildings. It could be collapsing on them. So at the end of the day, as this council body, we should be concerned about taking down as many as we can properties that are in this shape. So I'm not sure why we'd be against, like Mr. Bridges had said, a brick that's falling now, if you wait 6 months from now, another brick's going to be falling. It's still a problem that needs to be addressed. We need to address this, and by taking down this and other properties in the future and continually moving forward, that's what we should be doing. One by one, we got 1,000, keep on going forward. Thank you. And I will be supporting it.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, very quickly. This issue, every person on this council is supportive of the mayor's initiative. It's not the council's job or role to take down the buildings. That's the mayor and the administration, and it falls under the purview of economic development and property. Has nothing to do with the council. We're just here to fund the mayor's efforts. And executing his efforts and his plan and the work of the city and demolishing buildings, he needs to follow the law. We have a law called the New Jersey Public Contracts Law. This is what the issue. The issue is not that we don't recognize the vacant properties and the fact that they have to come down, of course. But in every issue, in every contract that we execute on this docket has to follow the law. We just can't go around and just do what we want to do and engage in contracts with entities like Carroll Construction. Carroll Construction knows better. They do business with other municipalities and other entities. They know the process as well. So when they come into Trenton and they took down those buildings, they knew that they had to go through the fair and open process, the competitive bid process. Why circumvent that? And I will ask Mr. Zielinski, there is a premium on emergency contracts to the taxpayers. So when we skirt the contracts law and we opt to go to an emergency, there is a premium. And Mr. Zielinski, can you share with the public how much they pay when the city has to execute an emergency contract above and beyond the regular cost of a contract that went to the fair and open process? Mr. Zielinski?
No, I don't have any sense of that.
Okay. Who's on the call that have a sense of the cost? There is an increase, a premium that's added to emergency contracts. Okay. So, Mr. Bridges, would you know the premium that's noted in the provision of the New Jersey contract law? The premium that's added to emergency contracts? Mr. Bridges? Mr. Bridges.
Is Mr. Bridges on the line? Then
Is Mr. Bridges no longer on the line? Did he drop the line without informing the public and the council that he's...
No, he's still here, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm asking him a question about a provision in New Jersey public contracts law about a premium that a municipality has to pay when they execute emergency contracts.
So where are we at here?
Where's Mr. Bridges? Is he not supporting the council in the public meeting here?
So Councilwoman, can you continue?
Mr. Kaloji, Mr. Kaloji, Mr. Bridges needs to be fired. Mr. Kaloji?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kaloji? Can you,
My apologies, my computer was disconnected.
No, Mr. Council President, I don't need, please, I'm speaking to Mr. Kaloji.
My apologies. I was trying to talk. My computer had I'm talking here. My computer was disconnected. I'm talking.
No, you're not, Mr. Bridges. No, you are not.
Mr. Bridges.
No, you are not.
Please.
Mr. Collin, can you please mute Mr. Bridges?
No, he doesn't have to mute him. Mr. Bridges knows that he doesn't have the floor.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn. And
Mr. Kaloji, I would just ask, can you come back to the public about the premium that's placed that the city has to pay on emergency contracts? When
I honestly I don't have that available at the moment, Ms. Vaughn, so we would have to look at the statute and do a little research on it.
Okay, very well. If you can get that to us by Thursday. Well, I know that there is a premium for emergency contracts. We pay extra. We've done it in the water department for many, many years with the water and sewer. Okay? So I believe the Public Works Department, the Water Department, Mr. Lavenberg and or Mr. Joseph McIntyre can attest to the fact that there's a premium to call a contractor out in the middle of the night to fix an emergency sewer leak. Okay? So why would we want to apply this to this instance where a building was deemed to be an emergency, but they didn't come and demolish it 6 months later? That's not an emergency. And the issue is not whether or not the council believes that the vacant houses aren't of an urgent project. The issue is the law. We, like all other municipalities, must follow the New Jersey Public Contracts Law, and it's clear as to what an emergency is. And these contracts that were executed with Carroll Construction are not compliant with that law. And anybody can read the statute as it is. And there's no justification for ever breaking the law. None. So that's all I want to say, Council President. The City of Trenton is a law-abiding municipality, and we will not circumvent it. And as a representative of this city, I will not be voting for this because this is not an emergency pursuant to the New Jersey Public Contracts Law. Thank you.
Council
Mr.
President,
Collin, Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution 21-477 was noted for roll structure in a collapsed state located at 95 and 97 Suites Avenue in the amount of $27,000.
And Mr. Collin, that will be roll called, and we've already had a lengthy discussion on it. So move on to the next resolution, please.
Right. Sorry, it's actually 21-478 is roll called as well. Next, we have Resolution 21.
Council President?
We're going to
Council
go
President?
ahead, Mr. Collin.
No. My question is,
resolution.
yeah, but my question is, for the roll call for 21-477, is that supermajority?
Yes,
They're all emergencies.
The supermajority. Thank you.
This also is Resolution 21-479, ma'am. This is the Resolution authorizing payment for contract with Carroll Group Inc., awarded on an emergency basis for demolition services in the city of Trenton for structural removal of a 2.5-story wood frame structure due to fire open areas and walls at the rear in a collapsed state located at 816, 818. And Mr. Daniels collapsed, if we could correct that. It's just right there. At 816, 818 South Clinton Avenue in the amount of $27,690.
And this will be roll called, and you may move on to the next resolution, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President, if I may just jump in on these items, I don't want to talk about.
No. We're moving on. Mr. Conlon, please move on.
President McBride, I'd like to hear from our legal counsel on what he feels that we we can make the right decision.
Excuse me. I did not.
I'm asking the question.
Mr. Conlon, move on. I will not be interrupted by Mr. Bridges or Mr. Blakely.
No,
we'll continue
I'll put it
this
in writing.
docket.
I'll put it in writing, my what I was going to say, Council President.
Mr. Bridges, you're out of line.
Okay.
On. Yeah.
Sir, you.
If we can mute that person, please, I greatly appreciate it. There's no comment. Please, the public does not need to participate in the commentary on this. Please mute that person and make sure they stay muted. Thank you. This is right next. We have Resolution 21-480. These are from the Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture, Maria Richardson, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-480, Resolution awarding contract for fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to Hunter Research, Inc. for historic preservation and consulting service to conduct a preservation plan and heritage tourism assessment for a period of 1 year from October 22nd, 2021 to October 21st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $66,591 through RFP 2021-12.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, Mr. Conlon, I would like to sponsor this. Thank you.
President McBride.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I have a question about the emergency resolutions needing a supermajority.
We're not going back there. We're moving on to the next business of this docket, Councilman.
Mr. Clogy,
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez. Is it pertaining to resolution?
Yes. Pertaining to this resolution, I am in total support of it. I have been waiting for something like this, dealing with historic tourism for Trenton. So I will support this, and I will, if Councilwoman Cardwell allows me, I'll co-sponsor this resolution.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll circle it
Mr. Conlon,
tomorrow as well.
may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Is that roll call or consent, ma'am?
It's consent.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-481. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Core Mechanical, Inc. for HVAC systems, preventative maintenance, repairs, and/or replacement at various city facilities for a period of 2 years from October 8th, 2021 to October 7th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $415,000. Through bid 2021-52.
I'm sorry, what is this? I can't see it, Mr. Conlon, I'm sorry.
Oh, zoom in a little bit for you, ma'am.
I'm getting very old. I got old eyes. This is for replacement.
Don't pay attention.
Placement at various cities. Okay, so it's various. Council President, could I ask about this? Can we roll call this? We can just roll call it, and because I saw another. Mr. Oniteri has two similar resolutions regarding HVAC services, procuring HVAC services. So he has this one, and there's another one in the docket I think is coming up with Princeton fuel or whatever. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Anatari or the representative, why do we need two resolutions for the same service?
Mr. Anatari?
So can we just roll call this then?
Yes. Is Mr. Anatari on the line?
Is he on vacation?
I think he might be. No, he was here. He was here.
Okay, Mr. Anatari?
He is still here. Mr. Anatari, if you're having a problem unmuting yourself, you can try the space bar. Just tap the space bar, that'll do it. Adam?
Mr. Conlon. Good evening. What is the question?
They're asking about what facilities are. There was a memo that it's a broad-based memo. The memo pretty much goes into that it is for City Hall, Police Fire Headquarters, Recreation, Senior Centers, and other police and fire stations. And Miss Vaughn wanted to ask Mr. Anatari some questions about the various facilities and what it's for.
Yes, so go ahead. I'm sorry. My apologies.
So Core Mechanical, this is one. I just saw another resolution in the docket, Princeton Fuel, I think it is. They both HVAC service company. So we're giving them $50,000 and we're giving this one $415,000 for a 2-year contract. That's another thing. Why 2 years? That makes no sense. For this type of service, this is something that we can share the wealth, get there's a lot of HVAC companies that would like to bid on this. I think Core has been another vendor that's been on rotation. And this Princeton, why do we have 2 HVAC companies on getting contracts to do the same job?
Okay, if Wally's not available, I'll provide an answer, if that's okay, Madam President.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you, Madam President. So the resolution that we're discussing right now for 481 is actually for all occupied city buildings. As you all know, HVAC is not just for summer, but it's also for winter. So whenever we have an emergency with a heat, now we're going into the heating season, and we have to prepare all of the boilers and all of the, shutting down the ACs as well and getting them, offline, and they're switching. So, and this is all occupied city buildings. So it's not just City Hall or, fire headquarters. It's also police department. That also includes the evidence room, all of the clinics, all of the rec centers. So it's a numerous amount of buildings that we occupy throughout the city. I don't have the number of buildings, Madam President, but I'll be more than glad to provide that list to you as to the number tomorrow. When it comes to the bidding, Councilwoman mentioned that there was a certain vendor that was on rotation. It is actually based on the for these kinds of bids. It's actually for the lowest bidder, and 4 bidders submitted bids, and the one in front of you is actually the lowest, most responsible bidder.
Council President, Mr. Cruz. Again, all right, so I have an issue. I would want this amended to 1 year. Why are we giving this company 2-year contract?
What the New Jersey Local Public Contract Law allows for municipalities to award contracts for 1 year, 1 year with an option for a second and a third, an option for 2 years with a 3rd year option. So we have different options. So sometimes it's cheaper for municipalities to enter into a multi-year contract because then you are actually setting the price, the hourly rate, and it's cheaper down the line.
Yeah, but this company, I'm familiar with them because they did work on the library. So, so again, they have been doing work for the city of Trenton for many years. Why are we giving them 2 years? I would request that that this be for 1 year. Instead of the $415,000, I would think it'd be 1 year, probably half of that cost. You have another one on the docket for HVAC services. What is Core Mechanical doing that Princeton is going to be doing? Or why can't they, why do we need another vendor doing the same thing? When we get to that resolution, we could discuss it then. But again, let's roll call this, and I would want to have this amended to 1 year and half of the price of $450 a contract. I guess would be half, right? To $200,000. I don't know, but I don't know why we're giving them 2 years. I think it should go out and bid again for next year, or even could be a 6-month contract. I don't know, but for 2 years, I think that's pretty excessive.
Madam President.
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. The reason why we are awarding for 2 years is because when we went out to bid, we actually went out to bid for a 2-year contract. We cannot just simply change it. We would have to go back out to bid again to do a 1-year contract, perhaps with an option for a second. And we advertised for 2 years.
Well, again, this contractor had already had a contract on the books of the city of Trenton, right? They were already contracted here. Last year, previous year, so forth and so forth. So, and then they put in the bid. Can I see the other bids, please, for Thursday? Send me the other bids that bid for this contract, and let's roll call this, okay? Because why are we continuing to award the same? They already had the contract. So I want to see the other bids of the other HVAC companies that submitted for this.
Yes, if the clerk, Madam President, I'm sorry, my apologies. Can I answer?
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. If the bids have not been submitted to
they were emailed out on Friday.
Okay, so you have the bids, yes.
Yeah, that email was in, just for council's edification, that email was in 4 parts. So there's part 1, part 2, part 3. The total document was about 500 and some odd pages. But all the bids were emailed as part of the backup as 21-481. And that was Friday. But I'd be happy to send them out to you again, Ms.
Again,
Willis.
I can go into the city code, and every year, for the past, I would say 7 years, Core Mechanical has gotten the contract. And now we're going to extend them again for 2 years. So I don't know how fair again, us following the New Jersey public contract law doesn't seem to be fair and open at all. We're excluding a lot of other businesses that could do business with the city of Trenton. So let's move on. Roll call that, and I would want to see those bids and see whether or not those others were just as competitive and low and responsible to market. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Cruz. Roll call.
Mr. Collin, you may continue. Mr. Collin?
Okay, so here it is.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-482, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Princeton Air Conditioning for the removal and replacement of HVAC equipment at the former Briggs Branch Library located at 1115 Greenwood Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $52,900 through bid 2021-54.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
I want to see the bids on this one. And Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz?
Is that for 21-482?
And I don't understand why Mr. Terry's not on the line.
Madam President, I am available.
Can you explain why the director's not on the line, Mr. Cruz?
He is. He just sent me a text message that he's having trouble unmuting himself.
Okay. Okay, so this is the one
That's what I had.
The Princeton air conditioning for the removal. So why would we go to, I know CORE serviced the public library on Academy Street, where they had the air conditioning issues last summer and last year, and before that. Why are we going out to Princeton air conditioning? I appreciate that this is my issue. Here is Princeton Air, a contractor that's been bidding. You gave them a piece of the action over at the Briggs Library. Then, why continue to, why not we're diversifying our contractor portfolio?
Madam
The
President?
mayor's going to be given training next week. The Mr. Daniels and the county, Mr. Daniels and the Housing and Economic Development Department will be having classes on, how to bid for projects in the city. And we just continue to give to the same contractors that we've been given year after year after year. So that tells me that you're not really advertising. You're really not allowing folks to come into the fair and open process and other businesses to bid for work in the city. So why can't Princeton Air get 1 year contract and give, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. CORE can do this project over at the Briggs Library, no?
Are you asking a question?
Yes, that's what I said. I'm asking Mr. Cruz. CORE can do this project because they did it over at the public library.
Okay, Madam President, if I may ask,
Yes.
I'd like to answer if the councilwoman comes. All right, thank you, Madam President. So if we look at the documentation that was attached with the resolution, you will see that there were several companies that submitted proposals. We don't give contracts. It is actually the state law that states how the bids must be awarded. So we are not the ones awarding. Yes, we make a recommendation to council for award, and then council makes the award. However, we have to follow state procurement that says you must do A, B, and C, and if the individuals meet these qualifications, then they are the lowest, most responsible bidders, then yes, you can award this contract. So it's not that we give turns to individuals, it's how the bid is done and who the lowest bidder is. In this instance, this is actually a replacement, the replacement of their HVAC system. Is not just maintenance like the other buildings that we discussed on the prior resolution. That one was just pure preventive maintenance. This one is an entire replacement. And so it's two different contracts. And as I mentioned, we do not choose who the bidder is going to be. There are sealed packages that are submitted to to our QPA, or Qualified Purchasing Agent, a person that has been qualified by the state of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs to actually perform the procurement process for the city. And then according to the process, she actually follows the procurement. We receive sealed bids. We don't know who is bidding how much until the day that we do the bid opening. Once the bid opening is done, there is yes, we open the bids, we see who is the lowest bidder, and then we review the packages, and then we determine if the vendor, who is the lowest bidder, it can be considered the lowest, most responsible bidder. Once that happens, it goes through the process, it gets approved by DCA, and then it goes to you for a vote. And that's how the process works.
Yeah, and so when elected officials say I have chosen 4 vendors, or I found a vendor that I made a decision unilaterally to pick this contractor or that contractor, they wouldn't be following the law, right? Right, Mr. Cruz? Because emergency contracts and vendor selection are by process. You got to follow the procurement law. Nobody gets to work outside that framework. So we have instances in the city and within your administration that people go outside the procurement process and do not follow the New Jersey local public contracts law. It's all there in black and white. You don't get to break the law under no circumstances. So, all right, so please send me the, but we got to do a better job. We got to stop, putting these contractors on rotation. It makes no sense that Cure Mechanical, an HVAC company, gets the contract every year. It doesn't make any sense. And I know Core does HVAC replacement as well. I know they do. So they could do what we got Princeton Air Conditioning is doing over at the Briggs Library because they do that work. So anyways, thank you. I want to see those bids. I'm going to go through them.
All righty, Mr.
President.
Collin. Yes, go right ahead.
No, Council President. Mr. Cruz, you were saying that this went out and it's with the lowest responsible bidder, correct?
That is, yes, according to the local public contract law, Councilman, yes, it was awarded to the lowest, most but it's being recommended for award for the lowest, most responsive, responsible bidder.
Right. So when we keep hearing this over and over again, that something else is going on here, where's that evidence at? Don't see it, just keep hearing it. So it's pretty sad when we say we're following the procedures, but we're being told we're not.
Speak to the
right?
resolution, Councilman. Speak to the
I am
resolution,
speaking the resolution. I'm speaking
Okay,
the
well,
resolution because it was just said that we weren't following the regulation. And he's saying we were following the regulations. Right, Council President?
Okay.
That's what he said. Correct? Right? That's what he said.
So what is your question? What's your question, sir?
My question is, stop making up stories and start telling the truth. He said they're following the procedure. We keep hearing saying that
calling names.
No, I'm not calling names. I'm saying, Council President, I'm saying, Mr.
You
Cruz
trying
is
to
explaining.
make it untrue? Wait a minute, Mr.
Hey, I don't know who's yelling.
Mr.
I don't know who's yelling in the
Whoever
background.
that is, mute that person.
I don't know who it is.
And you're being
yelling again.
disrespectful.
I've taken care of it, ma'am.
Go
Council
right ahead,
President,
Councilman. Yes.
Yes. No, I was just saying, Mr. Cruz said we're following a procedure. So why are we implying that something's not being followed? That's what I'm saying to you.
All right. Mr. Harrison, I
don't
can't
have no
speak
evidence
for anybody else. I can't speak for any
Exactly.
of you.
What I'm saying
as neither you
I'm
can,
saying
so we'll stick to the
saying that.
resolutions.
Right. And I'm saying if you have accusations and you keep saying that, and he's saying we follow the procedure, but we're being told we don't. So thank you very much. We are following the procedure.
Read the subpoenas.
Stop it. And I need for all of us to follow the
Read
rules and
the
regulations.
subpoena.
Okay.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I'm just saying,
No, don't just say because you're out of line. Mr. Collin, will you continue, please?
Yes, ma'am. And that's going to be roll call?
You too. Back at you, sir. Back at you.
Madam President, that's going to be roll call, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Also, just one point of clarification. Mr. Pileggi sent a note out to the council. And just to clarify.
Let him, Mr. Collin.
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
Email that to all the council tomorrow. Let's keep this moving, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good enough. Next, we have Resolution 21-483. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to General Chemical and Supply for the furnishing and delivery of janitorial supplies for a period of 2 years from September 10, 2021 to September 9, 2023 in an amount not to exceed $100,000, $50,000 per year through bid 2021-35.
Excuse me, who's putting this, Wally on Terry?
Yes.
So again, Council President, may I speak? I want this pulled, $100,000 again to a cleaning company, but for another 2 years. You know, we went through a rationalization of the law department contracts, and we said, okay, every six months we're going to reassess. I think the same logic and prudence should be applied here. No way should we extend a contract for services such as this that are so common. There's nothing special about a cleaning service company that merits or warrants them to have a 2-year contract. So I think that the council should narrow it down to ask the administration not to grant such, get 1 year, 6 months in some cases, not 2 years. And then we can save some money. $100,000 over a 2-year period for one particular contractor. I think that, Council President, I think we should seriously entertain that. How would I ask the council to consider not extending contracts for 2-year periods by the administration?
Well,
I think that we should save money like we did with the law department. If we, we shouldn't, 2 years, that's a long time. And when you talk about 6-figure contracts, I think it should be fewer than often here. It just looks like this has become common practice.
So first we can ask the director, which seems to have gone missing in action, but we should be able to ask him whether or not the contract could be broken down for a year. That's the first step. So, Mr. Cruz, if Mr. Onateri is not on the line, can you tell us whether or not this contract could be broken down?
Yes, Madam President, yes. And I would also like to clarify that this is not for janitorial services. This is actually for janitorial supplies. And it is supplies to procure the products for 2 years from this company. So it is, and 10 bids were received, and there was a successful bidder. As far as products, Madam President, I mean, the market currently is very volatile. If we did a bid for 2 years, I would strongly recommend to council to consider voting for the 2 years because of, as you are all aware, we're having a huge issue with getting products, cleaning products, paper products from overseas because of the backups that we have at the ports, not just in New Jersey, but also throughout the United States and the world. And so products are very hard to come by and their prices are just continuing to go up. So I would strongly recommend that we consider it actually for the council to consider voting in favor of this resolution. And again, it's for janitorial products.
Council President?
All right, thank you. Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's not uncommon to have a 2-year contract. And I would suggest to the councilwoman, if she wants to put forth a change to this has already been bid. This bid has already gone out. Am I correct? It's already been accepted, Mr. Cruz?
That is correct, Madam Vice President.
So then you've already made the bid. You've already chosen the lowest bidder. I don't know how many bids there were, but to rebid this again is just a practice in futility. It's just gumming up the works. And you can't hold up every single contract because it doesn't meet your specifications, Ms. Vaughn. Thank you.
All righty. So Mr. Cruz is saying that he believes that this contract should be voted on as is, and he's not willing to do any necessary changes by putting it back out to bid because there were 10 bidders and these guys were the lowest bidders. So in that case, you can make a motion if you would like, but I don't know if it would carry, but you could make a motion. Am I right, Mr. Collin?
To achieve what goal?
It seems like Council McBride, I will stand down.
Yes.
But again, I will just ask the council to really look at how we apply our the methodology we apply in evaluating all contracts across all departments, right? So Council Vice President Paula Wilson sat down with the law department and adjusted the terms of their contract at the advice of council attorney, that when you give contracts for 2 years and for 6 figures, of course, the contractor gonna spend down every single dime of that. So contracts should be reassessed maybe every 6 months, a year, or whatever. But for 2 years, that's a waste of taxpayer dollars, Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson. So it's not me looking at these contracts for my specifications. I'm looking at them to save taxpayers of the city of Trenton money and not to be robbed and fleeced by these contractors, because they're going to spend every dime of what they've contracted with if we're going to forecast out for 2 years. We should be more prudent and just give smaller contracts for shorter terms, period. Now, you can go through with these, but when every single contract or resolution comes up, that's for 2 years and for 6 figures, we as a council should be prudent and the stewards of taxpayer dollars that we say we are and obligated to be, to negotiate better for the taxpayers. Vice President Caldwell Wilson, you did it for the law department, so why not apply the same logic to Public Works or Waterworks or whomever? Be consistent in your legislating, in your advocacy, Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson. Be consistent.
I object to constantly bring up my name.
You brought it mine. You brought it mine.
Excuse me, ladies. We're going to move on to the next. This could be roll call for Councilwoman Vaughn, and we'll move on, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-284. 484. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Outer Landscapes for snow plowing and snow removal hauling services for 6 months with an option to extend for 2 additional 6 months on an as-needed basis to complement the Division of Streets fleet in an amount not to exceed $160,000 through bid 2021-53.
Roll call this, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
You may move on.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-485. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to MNC Concrete, LLC, for sidewalk, curb, driveway, apron restoration for the townships for a period of 1 year from October 8, 2021 to October 7, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $106,001 through bid 2021-55 through bid 2021-55.
Council President?
Go right ahead. Mr. Bridges, stop being rude like that.
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Bridges.
What's that,
Councilwoman?
Councilman?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
He doesn't do his job, so I don't know why he's complaining about somebody else trying to do theirs.
I'm confused. Why is everybody saying my name? I'm just here. I didn't say anything.
Go right ahead.
So, so is this the replacement of the Rippey Barbarelli contract? It's the same service? Curb replacement? Is
that would be for Mr.
somebody from the Public Works Department? Anybody?
It's actually Mr.
Lavingberg.
Can we roll call this? Move on, Council President. Roll call this, and I'll ask Mr. Terry on Thursday.
That's Mr. Lavingberg, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Oh, Mr. Lavingberg. Okay.
All righty, just roll call it, and let's move on, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-486, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Brentag Northeast LLC for the furnishing and delivery of potassium permanganate. Thank you. Sorry about that. Permanganate contract for a period of 1 year from October 22nd, 2021 to October 21st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $356,400 through bid 2021-64. And I dare anybody to say that 10 times real fast.
All righty, so this can be roll called and keep it moving, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-487. I am waiting on, and this actually did come down. Actually, no, I'm waiting on the signed draft by the directors. This is Resolution 21-487, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the resolution number 20-536 awarded to Grassi and Company CPAS PC for special forensic accounting audit services for the Department of Water and Sewer for a period of 1 year from October 22nd, 2021 to October 2022 for an additional $250,000 through RFP 2020-40.
Council President.
This is for the audit. Go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
The forensic audit?
Councilman. Yes, this is for the forensic audit. Yes.
Okay. When are we planning on having the forensic audit available? Because I thought we originally spent $250,000. Now we're spending another $250,000. Can Mr. O'Brien give us information of what information he found with the $250,000 he got in the first contract? That's what I would like to see.
He did give you that information, and you were on the line with me and Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson. But
exactly.
if you would like for him to
say it again.
He did give us that information, but if you would like for him to come in front of us.
Yes,
Yes,
I would like to have him come in front of us before I vote on this, because I'm not voting on it. I like them to have him come in front of us then.
All right.
So can we table this, President, to Mr. Bryan that comes in front of us then?
No,
I second Mr. Harrison.
Well, it's not up for consideration right now. It hasn't been moved to the floor. So if you wanted to table it, it would be more proper for Thursday, unless Council President wanted to entertain.
Yes, it would have to be for Thursday. It would have to be for Thursday.
So, gentlemen, I'll note on my docket your potential intent to table
until we have Mr. Bryan. Correct.
And you'll have to make that motion on the floor at the time, but I will note that on the docket, and we'll move forward.
Council President?
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson had her hand up.
Madam President, I was asking for the floor before everybody else.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
I didn't have my hand up.
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, well, I wasn't invited to that meeting. For some reason, I emailed Mr. Conon that I was interested in any of those dates, but I was never contacted. And I concur with Councilman Harrison on this. We paid $250,000. On the draft resolution, it says that the final report was going to be completed by October, by this month. Final report. So why is this Mr. O'Brien asking for $250,000? This is not a change order of 10 or whatever percent. A new contract? Why? If he said, according to this resolution, that the final report we're supposed to be getting it by this month. So what is he talking about? $250,000, you know. I believe he has been dragging his feet on this with this work. I have not received the last report I received was in July, but it was a repetition about the one in February. It was, nothing concrete. And why do we need to award another? It looks like another contract. You know, it says in that draft that the report will be ready in October. But we are already in October. I agree with Councilman Harrison. I'd like to see that report as soon as possible. Thank you.
Council President? Yes.
Council.
I concur with Councilman Santiago Rodriguez. Yeah, I think that they had their year. That's what we told them on those were the terms under the initial contract. And I've sat in meetings with Mr. O'Brien, and he did say, as Councilman Rodriguez mentioned, that he had a preliminary report, but he was supposed to put a final report in, and we haven't seen anything. And it's time for him to put forward his findings over the year that he has been there that was under the initial contract. That is now expired. So in my opinion, he should not even be over at the water department any longer because he's not under contract, right? Didn't the contract expire? Council President McBride?
I'm not sure if the contract expired.
They had expended, Council President, if you want to expound a little bit.
The expenditure, the money ran out. That is what he's stating.
Right. There was a letter from Mr. O'Brien that was circulated out some time ago. If you want, I could circulate it. And due to various issues, and he listed the issues, they had expended, based upon the hourly rate that was agreed to in the RFP, they had expended the initial expense of the $250,000, and they are not finished with the forensic audit. So I believe this time they have about 20,000 or less, but that was as of last month. So, it's that they're either going to have to stop work or, move forward. And that's what the resolution. But depending on what the council wants to do on Thursday, we can certainly set up another meeting with Mr. O'Brien.
But I don't understand. The last contract was ended September 2021, correct?
It wasn't a year-to-year contract. What it was is it was based upon the completion of the services, and it was based upon an initial amount that was procured based upon an hourly rate what the anticipated scope of the services was.
No, that's not what the contract, that's not what the resolution is. It's for a period of 1 year.
I think that's the time period of the year in which the audit was being conducted.
Yeah, that's the work. That's what he was contracted for.
But I don't necessarily know that it was limited in scope to that time period. I think it was limited scope to the objective of completing the forensic audit.
No, I never heard of that. But that's not my understanding. Mr. Kaloji, I need to get clarity on that. Can we pull the original contract? I believe it was for 1 year, and it was not open-ended. He was supposed to deliver that report, and he hasn't done so. And I won't be voting on this at all. At all. So whatever he has, he better put it forward, and we're done with him in that organization. And that's going to be my vote. A year is more than enough for him to have completed that audit. He said he was able to do it when he first took the contract, and now he's kicking the can down the road? I don't think so. Thank you, Council President McBride.
And Council President, there was a request to roll call that Mr. Harrison indicated that he'd like to make a motion on the floor. That would be an indication of a request for roll call.
I said that would take place on Thursday. And so let us move on.
Yes, ma'am. So next for consideration is ordinance.
Table, Mr. Count, table, not a roll call. Me and Mr. Santiago said. Table.
Right. So, so it doesn't go on the consent agenda. If you're going to table it on Thursday, it wouldn't go on the consent agenda. It would have to be roll called for that motion. There go. Your statement was an indication that you would like it roll called, and then you make a motion to table at that time. So, but yes, that's. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Council President, Mr. Kaloji had actually pointed out, I don't think this is a big problem, but there is a typo here on the second page of the ordinance. To get there, I think that can be amended before Thursday. The actual purchase price is $3,000. They accidentally have $30,000 here. That's just a quick page change. But I believe the purchase price is $3,000. If Mr. Daniels could confirm the purchase price for this particular piece of property before we continue, then I'll read the ordinance into the record. Mr. Daniels, this is for the ordinance for the sale of Block 22803, 522 St. Joe's. It does say here $3,000. It says here $3,000. Mr. Clogy just wanted to confirm that this was in fact $3,000, not $30,000 per this year. The typos happen. Trust me, I type 120 words a minute, and sometimes your fingers superimpose over each other. So just for the clarification for the record, that is supposed to be 3,000. That's correct, sir.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, if we can get a second page tomorrow, and I'll update the record for the docket on Thursday. Excuse me. Cough in my throat. And now, just to go back to it, this is the introduction and first reading of ordinance 021-26, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 522 St. Joe's Avenue, Block 22803, Lot 22, pursuant to NJSA 40, Cap A 12-13B5, for one regulado for the sum of $3,000. And once again, this would be a first reading. The public hearing would be, depending on the advertising, November 4th might be tight, so it'll probably be the second set of meetings. I believe that's the 23rd. But I'll check that before Thursday for the public hearing date, because the advertising deadlines would be too tight for the 4th. Somebody spoke?
Mr. Conn. Yes, this is Councilman Blakely. This is the third time that I've been bounced off of this call. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I just got bounced off, and as I mentioned, it's the third time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rivera, could you look into that? I'm not sure why the issue is. It's nothing that any of us, the three of us, are the only ones that would have the power to remove somebody, and certainly not me. And I don't think it's either one of you. If we could look into Mr. Blakely's disconnection issues, whether it's a local IT issue or whether it's a city issue, I'd greatly appreciate that. Council President, that is actually it for the docket. Ordinance 21-026 does have to be roll called. There are no more items for consideration on the docket. Would you like to move to public comment on docket items only, or are there any motions? How would you like to proceed, ma'am?
For the public comment.
Council President, we're about to walk-ons.
That has to happen on Thursday, sir.
Do you want me to put him into the record, Council President, or did he wanted to make a motion? He actually was in my office earlier.
Do it on Thursday. Thursday.
Sure.
It should be.
So, Mr. Harrison?
And so Mr. Harrison, Councilman, you can bring your walk-ons in on Thursday, okay? And we'll follow the procedure.
Right, and also have what was the word? And have yeah, hold on. Mr. Khan, remember I told you have a background on that from
Council President, I think Mr. Harrison's making a motion to allow a presentation on Thursday for regarding the emergency radio room. And in order to allow that for Thursday, he would have to make that motion tonight. He had expressed that in my office earlier today, and he said he was going to make that motion tonight and make the motion.
That's what I was.
So that's what he was trying to get out. What he told me earlier.
I'm sorry.
You can entertain the motion. The motion would have to be seconded and voted on, and we do have to hear the motion. If you made the motion, we actually do have to hear the motion. If the motion fails, then he can make the motion again on Thursday to walk it on without the presentation. But he did express earlier that he was going to make a motion to walk on and to call for a presentation on the radio room on Thursday by Mr. Cruz. And I believe you mentioned two individuals, sir. I can't remember who they were.
Right, presentation, correct.
Right, but You had two specific names that you had given to me earlier today, and that was the two city employees that you said. One was communications, was responsible for communications, and then you had another individual. So a report by the city, basically city employees, and that is the motion that he wanted to make. So I do have a motion to allow that to be added to the document by Mr. Harrison. You need that, and I was wrong about the emergency contracts earlier. That's a majority. This actually would require 5 out of 2 because it's overriding a role or the decision by the council president. So Mr. Harrison making a motion to have a presentation added to the agenda on Thursdays.
Mr. Conlon,
Yes,
first
ma'am.
of all, I asked the administration to get WWH in here to do a presentation on their this assessment that they did for the radio room. Now, I don't understand what Mr. Cruz has to offer. The people that did the assessment is the people that we should be hearing from. So what in the world does Mr. Cruz have to add that he didn't add since 2020? We should be hearing from WWH.
HHW.
HHW, the people that did the report. So,
And I have requested that, ma'am, for Thursday's meeting.
and so to say he's going to want Mr. Cruz to do a presentation, Mr. Cruz could have came to us at any given time and put forth any type of recommendation. But now we want to hear from the experts, HHW, when it comes to the radio room. So I'm not understanding a walk-on presentation from Mr. Cruz. That makes no sense. When Mr. Cruz have access to every council person on this dais.
Council President, may I speak to the HHW request, if you would allow that?
Pardon me?
I'd just like to speak on your request for HHW to be present, if you may be so inclined to allow me to speak to that, please.
No, I would just like for you to bring them in front of us on Thursday.
All right, well, that's
And
my
I don't
statement.
and I don't understand what Mr. Cruz is and I don't understand what Mr. Cruz is going to add to any of this that he could not have added since 2020. No, Mr.
I simply want to say we've made a lot of efforts to have HHW present on Thursday, including emails and calls. I have not, as of today, having called them 50 times each day and emails heard back from them. We will continue to make every effort to have them there. I acknowledged your request for that this morning when I received your email. We will continue to do that, but I just wanted for the record to reflect that we do not have a commitment to them to be there. I will continue to make calls. I will forward to the clerk and the governing body the emails to HHW asking that they be present. I will continue to make every yeoman's effort to have that happen. But I didn't want there to be any misunderstanding that they're scheduled to be here on Thursday. I will do everything in my power and the department's power to have them here, but as of right now, I do not have confirmation or a commitment from them to be here. I hope to have that soon. I will do everything possible, but I just wanted to clarify that point.
Council President?
Yeah, yes. Go ahead.
Well, then why don't we have both presentations? And we can go from there. We can make a decision. Council President, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, yes. I just don't know what Mr. Cruz have to add to this that he could not have added since 2020. And so I am not in favor of Mr. Cruz making any presentation to me at the 12th hour that he could have made over the last year and a half. I'm just not in favor of it.
Yeah, but Council President, you're doing it at the 12th hour, right? HW.
No.
So we should do both.
No.
We can hear both.
No. That is the expert. That is the expert that did the report. And that is the person that we should be hearing from in the 12th hour, not someone that's been on this staff, on the administration staff for the last 3 years and never took the time to have a discussion with this body. No. All righty. Mr. Collins, how do we move forward?
So we could save money, but you don't want to entertain it because you don't want to save money. We could save money by look at both options, correct? We should look at
please.
Councilman Harris.
Definitely. Councilman.
What?
Mr. Collins, how do we move
Councilman
this forward?
Okay, so Mr. Harrison actually is doing a motion. So you've made actually a ruling. Okay, and your ruling is, hey, we're not going to have the presentation on Thursday without HHW. Then we want HHW. He's actually asking that he would like a presentation added to the docket anyway. Overturning your ruling, I believe he would need 5 out of 7 to overturn a ruling of the president or a rule of the president or a ruling. If Mr. Kaloji could back me up or just verify my math on that, because I was wrong once earlier. So I just want to make sure that I'm proceeding here. And then if 5 out of 7 votes allow the presentation, then we allow the presentation. If that doesn't happen, then
Take 5 votes to overturn the council president's ruling.
that's the ruling. So you made the ruling. Mr. Harrison's made a motion to allow a presentation to be added to the docket for Thursday, presented by the city, and Mr. Bridges is still going to work for HHW in the background, but that's not a part of this motion.
Council President, I'm sorry.
So the motion should be heard. Mr. Harrison has made the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Mr. Collins.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collins, at the end of the day, I would like to have heard both proposals. At the end of the day, I think we should hear both proposals. The council president.
And I don't hear that. But I do have to get the vote on the record. And Mr. Blakely, was that you who seconded?
Yes, second.
So this is to overturn the ruling of the council president. This would be to allow a presentation on the radio systems on Thursday by the administration. Excuse me. I will call the roll for this particular motion. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Blakely votes aye. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Can I say something before I give my vote? I don't understand why we need 2 presentations. Why do we need 2 presentations on the same thing?
Well, Council President the Council President wanted the presentation for HHW, did the professional report.
No, I know what Council President wanted done, and I know what Mr. Harrison wants, but why do we need 2 presentations on the same issue? What is Mr. Cruz going to add to a presentation that the experts are going to give us?
Madam President, I did not ask for time for the request. It was Mr. Conlon who reached out to me and said that at the request of the council president, we were to prepare a presentation for Tuesday. That was it. I would not.
Well, there's actually a gap in the timeline. So that was actually last week, and it was actually with the request for HHW. But the second request was sent earlier today. And that was actually, Mr. Harrison was in my office later on this afternoon. And the second request was to be prepared for Mr. Harrison's motion, because he was going to make a motion. And if he's going to make the motion, I want you to be prepared just in case the motion carries.
Mr. Conlon.
So,
Mr. Conlon.
Thank you.
So nobody answered my question. And maybe Mr. Cruz can answer this question. But if we are going to have the experts make a presentation, why do we need you to make one too?
Madam Vice President,
Yes.
I received a phone call from Mr. Conlon requesting that I prepare a presentation for today on behalf of the council. We prepare a presentation and we were ready to present it. Not at our request, it was at the request of the council. So for people to be using my name as a joke, it's uncalled for.
No, Mr. Cruz, look, that's not what I asked. What if we get the experts in, which we're trying to do, to give us a presentation, then we wouldn't need you to make a presentation. Is that correct?
Well, that is for council to make that determination. I don't make that determination, Madam Vice President.
Yeah, Mr. Cruz was actually not the one that requested it. It was Mr. Harrison that requested a report.
I don't care who requested it. I'm asking why we need 2 presentations. Because I think that if we get the experts in and they give us a presentation, they should be able to give us all the information we need. I'm not disrespecting you, Mr. Cruz. I'm just saying it like it is. I don't understand why the public has to go through 2 presentations discussing the same subject matter.
If I may
Can
chime in to
anyone
make
answer
some
that?
clarification, if I may, Council President, chime in to add some
No,
clarification.
Mr. Bridges. Mr. Bridges.
All right, I'm off
please.
again.
But I'm
Council-
still waiting for an answer, Council President. Why are you shutting him off?
Because he was getting ready to go somewhere else, Councilwoman. He wasn't trying to answer your question. You were waiting for an answer, and he was coming up with a whole nother scenario.
No, I wasn't. I think I was answering her question squarely, if I can be respectfully given the opportunity to, Council President. I think what the disconnect is there's going to be a presentation that will be publicly for public consumption with respect to analysis of that radio room or the communications system more accurately. However, there is obviously, as everyone on this call knows, an anticipation of litigation piece to this conversation. And I think those presentations will be apropos with respect to litigation and attorney-client privilege in executive session, because as everyone,
He gone off another tangent. It has nothing to do with the presentation.
I would respectfully like to finish, and I'm trying to answer. If the Council President not interested in me finishing, I will go back on mute.
We ain't talking about no lawsuit. We want a presentation.
It's up
Okay,
to
I will go back on mute.
Council Vice Chair,
Please.
Councilwoman Vaughn, please restrain yourself. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
It's up to you
Waiting to hear
to.
my answer. I thought that why is a presentation going to interfere or tarnish any kind of litigation?
Exactly.
When they're just going to give us or explain what they did, what their report. Mr. Bridges?
Am I permitted to answer, Council President, without interruption?
Go right ahead, Mr. Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Bridges.
Because those presentations and those conversations that will be had are going to touch upon potential litigation. This is not potential litigation. We have letters. We have demand letters from attorneys saying that litigation will ensue. We also have letters from MPS with respect to the shutting down of services, which will result in litigation and going back to court. So those presentations
But we're
are
not
going to be.
in litigation right now, are
You're,
we?
I understand that we're not now in litigation, but we have a letter threatening litigation and or threatening to shut down the system of our emergency personnel. And as a law director, I have an obligation to protect our emergency personnel, to bring actions to protect that. So those conversations.
Yeah, please, sir, please.
So those no, I asked if I had the floor uninterrupted.
So
those conversations, because I'm trying to get a point my cross. Those conversations need to be had because they are going
to protect the residents in the city of Trenton. And you would have taken yourself into court and filed an injunction long before
and that's what those Council President. That's what those conversations are related to. No, that's what those conversations. That's what those conversations are related to. In order for us to, for this governing body to make an informed decision with respect to what to do with this and what not to do with this, they have to have those conversations. Until we can have those conversations, which are separate and apart from HHW's evaluation, we have to have those conversations. So the reason for separate presentations is you're going to hear one side saying, here's an issue, and then you're going to hear another side saying, here are the issues, and here are the remedies for that. Here's what we can do to fix that. And in order for this council body to make an informed decision respectfully, you have to have that information. So you have to have not only our position, and I say our position, but you have to have their position. That is why.
Mr. Bridget.
So are we going to have HHW? Are we going to have HHW on Thursday?
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Excuse me, I haven't finished yet.
Wilson finish.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
So, Mr. Bridges, on one hand, you're saying we have to be careful because of potential litigation, But on the other hand, you're saying you've been trying to get this company to come before us and make a presentation. So what is it?
HHW is not the company that is threatening litigation. HHW is a company
Okay,
that
so
didn't
we're
evaluate.
asking to have HHW here, but my question was, if HHW gives us a presentation, what is the city presentation going to add to that?
The city's
Because Mr.
presentation,
Harrison is asking
the
for
city's
a
presentation is going to
presentation
add to that. The city.
and from HHW.
Council Vice President?
It's not going to add anything. Just let HHW do their presentation.
Council President?
Thank
Council
you.
President?
Don't
we should hear both proposals? And then we can find out which one.
Wilson, are you finished?
Council President?
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, are you finished?
My it's not working. Yes, my mute button wasn't working. Yes, I'm finished.
Your vote, man?
All right.
Council President?
Council President?
Mr. This is a vote.
We're in
Ladies
the
and
middle of a
gentlemen,
vote.
this is a vote.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson, your vote, man.
Councilwoman, you have to unmute yourself.
No, I'm unmuted. I'm abstaining on this. I don't understand why we have to have two presentations.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Harrison?
Yes, because we're trying to save money.
Mr. Harrison votes aye. Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle votes aye. Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes no. Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride?
No.
Council President McBride votes no. The resolution, or the motion fails. The walk-on was not a part of that, so the walk-on still can be motioned for on Thursday. Per Council President. Council President, would you like to move to public portion?
Council President, housekeeping item, that's all. I just want to state a housekeeping item.
Be quick,
Council President?
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Just a housekeeping item.
Mr. Collins.
So, I have the floor, excuse me. Mr. Collins and/or West Bridges or Mr. Kaloji, since West Bridges is having a difficult time getting in contact with HHW, can Mr. Collins try to get in touch with them? Is that okay for Mr. Collins to get in touch with HHW? Since West is having such a difficult time getting in touch with them? Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. Let me just make my note.
Council President?
Public comments. We're going into public
No, I had
comments.
another walk-on, Council President. I had another walk-on, Council President. Mr. Collins, what about my other walk-on?
That'll be voted on Thursday, but Council President, he wanted to make the motion
That's
tonight.
for Thursday. We've already talked about
No.
that will take place on Thursday.
He just wants to know for the record he has a second walk-on, and that does not require presentation. But Mr. Harrison, would you mind making that motion?
We'll hear it on Thursday.
Mr. Harrison, is that all right with you? Would you like to make a motion to hear it tonight and vote for that now?
I wanted to hear it tonight. This one.
Okay, you want to walk that on tonight?
Right, this one. The walk-on,
Okay, so-
the one tonight. The one that I handed you tonight.
Okay.
Tonight. Resolution. Right.
Okay, so Council President, Mr. Harrison actually brought a resolution to my office, which was signed as to form and legality. It does not yet have a number. We'll have a number very shortly. But did you want to allow a walk-on tonight?
No, I do not. I think that we
Yes,
should walk
no.
it on Thursday as it should be.
Mr.
And
Harrison?
there won't be no problem.
Could you read into Mr. Collins? Could you read what it is, though?
Council, we're actually getting to whether she wants to allow a walk-on or not first. So she is.
No, we said.
Did you want to make a motion to allow a walk-on tonight, Mr. Harrison?
Exactly. Yes.
Mr. Harrison is making a motion to allow a walk-on tonight. Do I have a second to Mr. Harrison's motion?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. Okay, this is a resolution authorizing a contract with MPS Communications 1420 South Broad Street, Trenton, New Jersey, 08610, to be awarded on an emergency basis to provide Federal Communications Commission, FCC, private carrier station, and infrastructure services for radio communications in an amount not to exceed $145,612.50. This vote will not be to vote on the resolution. This will be a vote to allow it to be walked on now and then to vote on the resolution. I want to call the roll. Mr. Harrison has made a motion.
I have something to say, Mr. President, Madam President.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
I think that we tabled that same resolution.
That is
by the advice of the law department.
That is correct. So, here's what's going on. In order for Mr. Harrison actually to get this walked on, there is a motion to table on the floor from Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. This is for Mr. Koji and Mr. Bridges' benefit. So this resolution was actually tabled about 4 weeks ago, but indefinitely by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez. At that point in time, the tabling was indefinitely. They're essentially asking for the council by a vote of 5-2, and a supermajority council has big powers, so they're actually asking to overturn that tabling and actually bring this back to the floor. And I think Mr. Cologi and Mr. Bridges, I think they can do that by a 5-2 vote to untable, but I'm going to actually ask for your guidance here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
The Lord seemed to take it. They trust you more. Run with it.
I'm just saying, as far as I'm concerned, it wasn't a vote to turn it down. It was a vote to table it.
Correct.
Correct.
And normally the member who has tabled the matter would be the only one that can bring it back to the floor, but a supermajority council has extraordinary powers. So I believe if 5 out of 2 vote to bring it back to the floor, they can bring it back to the floor, and I'm actually just asking for confirmation on that.
I can't answer that question now without doing some research. Why it takes a supermajority to simply reactivate a resolution.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, and then let me just take a quick look. And I apologize, folks, but sometimes on the fly, the rules get complicated. Okay, I now have the guidance that I need. So essentially what happened was this was a motion to table and postpone indefinitely, which was approved. There was a second. There was actually a little debate on it, and it was not amended on the floor. However, it may be reconsidered. And I believe in order to reconsider it, it would require, and this is actually with the what I'm looking for is just give me a second for the reconsideration. So it's a majority vote to reconsider, but once again, we're into sort of a procedural issue here, and I would actually like a little more time to research it. Mr. Harrison, is that a problem with you to research it? I mean, it's going to be the walk-on. It's tabled indefinitely. It's going to be the same issue, but in order to do it properly so it doesn't get challenged within the 45-day period, it would probably be better to wait until Thursday so Mr. Cologi and I can just make sure of what the motion is, specifically because of the tabling and the ability to overturn, once something that's been tabled indefinitely. There's a mechanism to bring it back, but there's a question as to whether it is required of a majority vote or a 2/3 vote to bring that back, and that is the specific issue here. And accordingly, I'm going to ask for your indulgence to let us do that on Thursday. We'll answer that question, and then we will get it back, because here it's not just walking something on; it's walking something on that's already been tabled indefinitely, and that's just a procedural issue that on the floor, it's hard to make that. I have 2 different competing rules. I have council rules which say 2/3 majority, and I actually have a ruling by the council president, so that would be part of it. You would need a supermajority there, and then the motion to reconsider for where you postponed indefinitely, that has a majority. So in one case, you need a supermajority to override her, and in the other case, I think you just need a majority. So I just want to hash that out a little bit better with Mr. Cologi. Because Mr. Cologi also said he would need to do some research. Is that a problem, sir, or do you want us to postpone the meeting?
So can it be on table tonight? It could be on table tonight. We could vote on it.
I mean, that's the question. I would have to let Mr. Cologi do the research, and we would have to wait here until Mr. Cologi finished the research, because that's going to be his ball at this point.
Mr.
Research
Collins.
may take a bit of time. We got to dig into Robert's rules. We'll dig into our own procedural rules. I mean, is there any prejudice or downside to holding this off until Thursday? The vote is going to be taken on Thursday, I guess, one way or another.
Right.
We're
Well,
just
like I said, we could
decide
take
how many votes.
We could take the vote tonight if it was untabled, and because I'm concerned about MPS, like you said.
He doesn't seem
They're
to get
owed
it,
money.
Mr. Collin or Mr.
Yeah.
Cologi.
The question
So
becomes how many votes do we need to untable it, and that's what we got to.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly take a vote, but I mean, whether we'd be able to give you a result or not, that I felt concrete in, I have, and I actually have the motion chart up. So where it says here, removed from the table, that's actually during the meeting, but it is postponed indefinitely here. And that was postponed. It was a majority of the council that postponed it. And then to reconsider something, it's a special motion, and it's a majority of the council to reconsider. But here we have two other intervening factors. We do have the rules of council itself under 8316, and we also have the council president making a ruling that it couldn't come on. So at a very minimum for that, that's going to need a 5 out of 2. And then to reconsider the tabling, that's going to need I believe a 4 out of 3. I think it would actually have to be a bifurcated vote, and 2 actual votes would have to be taken, one to overturn council president for the consideration tonight, and then I believe it would be a simple majority for reconsideration. But there's also another rule that I'd have to look up, and in motions for reconsideration, it actually has to be raised by a member who sustained the motion itself, who voted to table it. In that case, I can't remember. I'd have to look. I'd actually have to pull the resolution, which wouldn't be too hard, and then look to see actually who voted to table and who didn't vote to table. And then I believe the proper consideration is only a person who actually voted to table it at that time can actually, according to Robert's rules, bring it up for consideration. And that's where we're getting down into like the deep subparts of Robert's rules that I would really like to be more firm on before we actually proceeded to a vote, which can be hashed out. I mean, if we want to wait tonight, it could take a while.
We're not going to wait tonight.
That's the problem.
We're going to go to the public comment.
Mr. Collins?
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, you're right. We could do it on Thursday, but I also think that this council is making a huge mistake by not seeing 2 proposals. We should look to see what the best proposals for the city. We're not going to do that. And the council president already said that. She has her procedure that she wants to do, and I think at the end of the day, we should have seen both proposals and then make a decision. But the council president just stated that I don't understand. I do understand. I understand that you're doing like you usually do, and you're not letting other people get what they have to say out because
that's
it's about
your not a property attacker for
no, Mr. Collins, no. I'm speaking. I'm just saying. I'm speaking, and like I said, at the end of the day, we should have both proposals, and that way we can make a decision on what is best for the city. But this council president doesn't seem to want to do that. She has one proposal, even if it costs us $15 million, $30 million, $100 million, one proposal. I think we should have it up. We have 2 proposals. We should look at both and then make our decision, not box ourselves in with only one choice. That's what we're doing, boxing ourselves in. So there you go. Thank you very
much. Mr. Collins. Thank you.
I know you're going to tell me no, Council President, but I really need to add something to this, please.
Can we move to the public comment, please?
Let's go.
All right.
Public comment, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public portion of the tonight's council meeting. You may speak to docket items only. These are the items actually listed on the docket, and that does not include walk-ons at this particular present point in time. I know there's going to be a lot of people who want to speak about a certain issue. The proper time to speak for that would be on Thursday. When it is actually, considered, open public comment. So this is actually for the items that the council has considered and put on the consent agenda and the roll call tonight. You have 10 minutes to speak. Anybody wish to be acknowledged for public comment? Mike Rinaldo, Council President.
Yes,
Go
my
right
name is
ahead.
Faith Johnson.
Yeah, ma'am, Mr. Rinaldo has the floor first.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. My name is Michael Rinaldo, and I'm speaking this evening as a board member of Trenton Animals Rock. I'd like to support 21-466, the $200,000 for the shelter. There's been a surge in animal surrenders related to COVID. The shelter is currently over capacity, and right now there's over a dozen animals on the intake wait list just waiting to come into the shelter. This could be, it is a COVID-related expense, as there's currently no space for employees or volunteers or visitors to work in the shelter. It's an extremely cramped facility. There's also going to be no space for outdoor meets in the cold weather because winter's approaching. Those are usually held outside. They will have to be held inside. There's no space for the safe intake of animals, again, because of the lack of available space. And these trailers that you're talking about are already paid for. So this money is already spent. The $200,000 is for the relocation and facility hookups of the trailers that are currently sitting vacant and unused. So I'd respectfully request that council allocate these funds to make these much needed improvements to the shelter. And thank you for the opportunity to speak, and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Council President, next we have Faith Ann, I believe it was Faith Ann Pearson. Was that you, Ms. Pearson?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Council President, Faith Ann Pearson.
Okie dokie. I've been on many of these, and I print out some of the docket. I noticed, especially today, you have 3 for the demolition of properties. That's okay. It's I printed out the documents 21-477, which has the date, has the property as 437 Martin Luther King, but on the docket, on the docket itself, it has a different one.
And ma'am, we are training a new staff member, so I apologize for that. That ultimately is my responsibility. All 3 resolutions are there. They were transposed in the docket order, and it should be corrected soon. I'll have that corrected for Thursday's meeting. Thank you.
I hope the new employee gets to be a little bit more meticulous with the items. Thank you.
She's learning very well. She's a good kid.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to be recognized with regard to docket items? Sherry Garrett, Council President.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Council President and Council body. I'm looking at the communication petitions, and I know this is a public portion, but I hope it's answered at some point. But the communication 2B, in regards to filed by the state of New Jersey Office of the Attorney General, National Opium Settlement. I'm just trying to understand, why is this on our docket, and what are we, and it says a subdivision must submit signed documentations to participate. I'm not really sure. Is this something we're taking? Submit signed documentations to participate. Hello?
Yeah, just the feedback echo, ma'am. Please continue.
Oh, okay. And then, is this a sign? I mean, how is this something we have to pay out on? What is this? I'm not sure what the position, because this doesn't give any information. I don't know if I have to go to the clerk's office to get additional documentation to get more insight of this or not. I'm not sure. 2C, same thing, dealing with United States Bankruptcy Court. With Purdue Farm, notice of filing a proposed 22nd Amendment preliminary injunction order. I'm not really getting this. 2J, I'm concerned about that. Also, 21L, 21M, the environmental notice. Is this why we have a resolution in regards? Does that pertain to this 21M? And Schaeferman, Lakin, Bloomstein, and Blatter, you know, there's a communication filing a lawsuit against the city of Trenton, but they also represent different entities in the city of Trenton. Isn't that a conflict of interest? And this 2N is the city of Trenton filing for this application. And 2S communication filed by the Mercer County Mercer officer, the county clerk, dealing with women's space. Is this? I see it's talking about luminaries lit outside of all municipal and police complex. Is this part of the money, the grant money? In regards to 21462, I hope Dr. Lopez, as she stated, she sounds like, you know, she has the oversight in place. I just hope it is, because my question is, how long does the person that's considered homeless out of this 600 that's going to be covered in this $4 million, to what extent are they supposed to keep these people in the shelter? So my question is, okay, we pay for whatever the stay. If the person does the stay in the shelter, do they reimburse you for that time that they, you know, decide that they don't want to be in that facility? How does that really work if they don't stay there? You know, and that money could be used for someone else. 21466, again, instead of Mr. Zielinski submitting to the council quarterly, I think every council meeting, it should have a note of what the balance is and a list of everything repeated of what has been spent in regards to the ARPA for the American Rescue Act. That's very important to keep the council informed, and it shouldn't be quarterly. That's 4, 5. The RFQ, I'm going to be looking for that for the 21468. As far as the purchase money mortgage, I recall when I got involved with the sale of, I don't remember this, because many of the persons when a few months ago, 6 or 7 months ago, who bidded on those properties, I don't recall this purchase money mortgage was offered. And I don't know how new it was, because based on Mr. Daniels, this precedes him. So before him, but I'm not sure either, because this is the first time I've heard it. And in regards to this 21477 to 21479, I just would hope that each council person goes out and look at these properties to assess themselves to see if these are emergency bases, even though they did submit pictures. So we make sure that those pictures are those properties. You know, I ask that you do that. 21476. Okay, so that's telling us you're going to have 2 public works. This is 6. I think that's it. I just want to say, if I could, you know, it's not just on this docket, but, you know, I just wish the body of the council, which from my understanding, you know, going outside of
if it's not on this docket, ma'am, you can't talk about it.
Okay. All right, honey. All right. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Does anybody else, Council President, I believe this is Ms. Chowdhury.
Go right ahead, Ms. Chowdhury. You have the floor.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I just wanted to make a brief, okay, thanks. I just wanted to make a brief comment. I think it was, might have been Mr. Cruz who made a comment about pricing having to do with the pandemic and supply chain issues. And he made his comment in defense of longer contracts, you know, 24-month contracts instead of 12-month contracts. And I think the implication he made is that you are somehow locking in some kind of price advantage that you might get on a longer contract because there are supply chain issues with materials, which is, of course, you know, going on across the nation. as a result of, or as a fallout of the pandemic, and whatever market economics. But I just wanted to point out that it might be a bit of a false assumption, because you're basically you're basically promoting the idea that the very different and unusual circumstances around the pandemic that are causing these supply chain issues are still going to be like existent in 24 months. And in fact, you could be doing the opposite. I'm not predicting the markets, but you could be doing the exact opposite and locking in prices at their highest. So I just wanted to kind of mention that, just because I felt like it's just something to be aware of. Prices are kind of high right now. And so you're not really locking in a discount. You have to take a larger look at what market prices have been in the past and whether or not you really are locking in some kind of discount by having a longer contract. So just, keep in mind that prices might also come down come down at some level in 2 years from now, because right now it's a very different circumstance. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Council President, next, Ms. Paula Skelton.
Go right ahead, Ms. Skelton. You have the floor.
Star 6.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry. Can everyone hear me now? Sorry about that.
Yes, yes, we can.
Good evening, Council President and the rest of the council for the City of Trenton. This is my first time, being in one of these meetings, and I would just like to speak on the resolution 21460, the resolution for authorizing assessment of tax sale certificates. I am one of the purchasers, and I just would hope, since it's on roll call for next Thursday, that it will be taken into good consideration to vote on that, since, we are paying the taxes or city taxes on these properties. And as Councilwoman Vaughn stated, that some people might have the misconception that the owners don't own the property still, but they do, and they do have time frame to, resume or get the property back if, they choose to. So I'm just hoping for the roll call on Thursday that the council will vote yes on this. Thank you very much for that consideration.
Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Does anybody else wish to be heard for public portion of the Trenton City Council? Council President, Mr. Paul Harris.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I wanted to take some time to go over Resolution 454. First, I want to say it's been a long time coming, but we're finally glad that it is before the body for vote on Thursday. I wanted just to give you a little snapshot of what's in the resolution. Our minimum wage for our 600-plus workers will go for the minimum, from 14 to well over $20 an hour. That's a big step. We have almost 200 people who are at their max salary. These are some of your most senior members of our collective. We added 2 additional steps on the back end for them. So there's something for them to fight for. That's good news for them. For all the years we had where there were 3 zeros, because in the previous administration for 2012, 13, and 14, they were all zeros. So our members saw no retro pay for those years. We have an agreement with administration where there's a nice jump for the year 2020, which benefits those members and makes up for all those years where there was no retro pay and there was no considerable cost of living. I also want to point out that this is the increase that we are set to receive over the next life of this contract up to December 31st, 2024. It will be the largest in roughly 10 years. For some of our members, what's going to end up happening is it's going to be a 20.
The right thing.
It's going to be a 20% increase for some of our members and even more for others. In our bargaining unit, ladies and gentlemen, 222 people literally make under $45,000, but we still push through. 258 people make under 60. So I want you to understand that my highest paid member is literally is at 79,000. We are not high paid members of City Hall and our peoples in the crews. That's important to point out. So this raise, and we recognize the condition of our city and our economic condition every year with a structural deficit. We are grateful that administration and even the state, because we did have to meet with the lieutenant governor, were able to green light these increases after a long time coming. Not only that, but we also recognize the pandemic, and administration gracefully agreed that hazard pay is now written into our contract, which is great news. That assumes that the president and the governor declare a pandemic and there's funding available, but that's now written into there. So never again will we have an issue where our workers will have to work through a pandemic and not be compensated. And we did a lot of other changes, increased a few things, uniforms, eyeglass reimbursement, a handful of other things. But the most important thing to people's wallets, that's the big change. That definitely is the big change, literally. And I know we were considerate of some council members and what they had mentioned before. The starting salary for all of our people, all new hires, literally, the average is going to go from 28 as high as 42 for laborers, 44 for heavy laborers. Even here in finance, for example, they hired accountants at $39,000. Well, the new starting salary is now $55,000. Why is that important? Well, if you talk to people who work at accounting firms, they're paying their people $55,000 on average. So it puts us in a more competitive position to offer salaries. Security guards are now at 43. Tree trimmers are at 43, truck drivers are at 44, meter workers at 45, sewage and water and radio dispatchers, sanitation drivers, cashiers, they're all over 45,000. Again, it took us a long time to get here. I know people thought that we were holding this out, but I'll tell you this, we had to go through 2 monitors and a local government director to get this contract. That's a true story. We're grateful to be here, and we look forward to prayerfully unanimous consent for this on Thursday by City Council. If there are any questions or concerns, we are here. And to answer any questions you have, again, thank you. It's a long time coming and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Anybody else wish to be heard for the public comment session on docket items only with regard to the October 19, 2021 conference session? Do I have a motion to close public portion?
Well, excuse me. This is Stuart Alterman. I'm attorney for PBA Local 11A.
Yeah, hold on one second, sir. Let me seek recognition. Council President, Mr. Stuart Alterman.
Yes, I do have. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I do have a matter of public concern, and certainly a concern to the PBA Local 11A, and that is the radio system.
Sir, that is not on tonight's docket and it cannot be discussed. You can discuss it on Thursday. You're more than welcome to join us on Thursday. Public comment will be an open public session at that point in time. You're just allowed to discuss any topic. The rules of this council is established in their procedural rules allow for docket items only to be discussed at this tonight's docket, and that was not on tonight's docket. Accordingly, the most appropriate time would be public comment on Thursday. Is there anything else you can comment on tonight's docket?
Well, sir, if you give me just 30 seconds, we're very concerned that we're not going to have a radio system. Public safety is going to be jeopardized.
Council President?
Therefore, I think that I should be permitted.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. We're only talking about the items on the docket. If you are not talking about the docket items, you do not have the floor.
I understand that, but because I thought that it was a matter of grave public concern, I'd have a moment, at least 30 moments. I don't understand
what you don't understand about what I just said, sir.
Well, I understand everything that you just said.
Well, okay, then. You don't have the floor.
So noted.
It's public comment on the
docket. Right.
Public comment on the docket, Council President. What are you doing?
It's not on the docket.
Public comment on the docket.
Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please move to the next individual? This is based on the docket.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for docket items only? So motion to close public portion.
Before you close public portion again, this is Stuart Alterman. Is there an opportunity to speak on non-docket items?
Yes, on Thursday, sir. At Thursday's meeting.
So noted. Thank you.
Sir. Do I have a motion to close public, or does anybody else from the public wish to be heard? Do I have a motion to close public portion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
Second by Council President McBride. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
One more.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. None opposed? Seeing none opposed, public portion is closed. Council President, it's open for civic comment.
Councilman Harrison.
My civic comment is, I think we talk about the city spending money and how we can save money. I think we should be looking at all proposals, but this council doesn't seem to be wanting to do that. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how we talk about saving money and then 1 second, but we don't really want to hear other opinions. But like you said, Council President, what was it? I don't understand. I don't get it. I get it. I do. But I think the people are going to get it too. Thank you.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes. Just that when we have a bill, we have to pay the bill. And no contractors want to come into the city and work for us with all the problems we're putting them through to get paid when they do their job. It's a shame, but when you work, you want to get paid. Everybody wants to get paid. If the administration messed up, that's on them. But the contractors do the work, they should be paid. And then we go after them if there's a default. It's sad. Thank you, that's all.
Councilman Rodriguez.
No comment at this time.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I just want to say that I appreciate the residents and taxpayers of the city, the electorate, even the city council, and the hard work that the council president, an African-American, a Black woman, puts forth to this city. Now, Council President, and also Council President and Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, who's also a woman, she's white, and she's not faced with the same challenges that Council President McBride is faced with as a leader in a leadership position in the society. And I'm just very dismayed, very disappointed with the city and the residents, some of them non-residents, how they treat the Council President of the City of Trenton. And mainly, I'm very disappointed in the Black leadership here in the city and how they treated and talk about our council president in the press. We are all leaders, and we all are due a certain amount of respect. And I will say that there's critical issues in this city. And I just had an exchange with our governor, Governor Murphy, about those issues. That all of us should consider what issues, we all have freedom and we live in a democracy, and we could choose to advocate and activate on issues as we choose. But, I just want to quote Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. Martin Luther King said, if I could find this quote, he said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." And, I read in the press today about some of our ministers, our pastors, the negative comments they made about our council president. And they should be ashamed. because they know the hurdles that African Americans have cleared to be in certain leadership roles, and the challenges that we face once we get there, and the double standard that it's applied. We saw transpire with Tony Mack, a former mayor, the Honorable Tony Mack. And then we get to see how the law is applied and the double standards applied to Mayor Reed Gusciore, to no fault of his own and to no fault of Tony, the Honorable Tony Mack, the former mayor of Trenton. But I will just, caution everybody to just be cognizant of those behaviors. I would like to see the pastors, our religious leaders of all ethnic groups to come out and speak on issues that matter. To come out and say that the council president is abusing her power. No one was there when Mayor Gusciore abused his power. No one even spoke on that. But you speak against our council president. So the council president is doing her job that she was duly elected to do. And at the time that she should step down or stay, that's up to the electorate of the city of Trenton, period. And some of the people who are speaking don't even live in Trenton. Even some of the pastors don't live in Trenton. You live in other communities. You leave Trenton. You don't pay taxes here. You don't vote here. So you have no say in who leads us. That's the electorate. That's the residents of the city, the taxpayers of this city. Respect that and respect our council president. Speak on things that matter. I didn't see anything in the Trenton Tony or Trenton Times, any other local newspapers about our underperforming school district from some of our religious leaders who are speaking up against the council president in the paper. The unemployment rate of Black men in Trenton, Black and brown men in Trenton, police brutality, immigration, nothing on immigration. You don't speak up. You didn't speak up on police brutality and how the mayor and the police department is handling that, how the attorney general is handling it. No one talked about Stephen Dussamar. Nothing. Joseph R., Jason Williams. 17 bullets were fired in his house, and I didn't hear anything from any of the pastoral leadership in Trenton. The gun violence and the murder. I just read an article in the newspaper that Trenton is about to exceed last year's gun violence rate, murder rate. None of the pastors said anything about that in front page Trentonian. The bad apple cop that Mayor Reed Gusciore let back on into the police department, you didn't even come out and said anything about that. You didn't even condemn it. But everybody knows that bad apple cops was the number one priority, at least one of the top priorities of the last attorney general after the death of George Floyd. But you didn't say anything about that. You never spoke on the underfunding of the city of Trenton by the past few governors. And the underfunding of the city of Trenton by the MOU is the cause of many of the ills and the fiscal distress that the city is facing in our education system, in our policing, our fire department, public works department. We can't even deliver basic services at the level that we would like or to the expectation of our residents because of underfunding of the city of Trenton. But none of the pastors came out and talked about that, but they're going to come out and berate and disparage our council president. So we all need to check ourselves. And then you're right. Some of the pastors stated, oh, the electorate is going to deal with you. It's going to deal with the council president. Well, that same electorate put her in that seat, and you need to respect that. You didn't say anything about COVID-19 when the mayor and the county exec decided to move Trenton services and testing up to Quaker Bridge Mall in Lawrence Township in another municipality, where our transportation challenged community, some of the people who go to your churches, couldn't get to. You didn't say anything about that. So we need to follow Dr. Martin Luther King's directive and speak about things that matter to the city of Trenton and its people. And that's all I have to say, Council President. Thanks for yielding the floor to me, and I just thank everybody that have come to this call. And I look forward to hearing from HHW Group LLC on Thursday. And it's very important that we hear from that group because they did the assessment. They had findings and recommendations. They're one of the certified experts in this space. They helped set up the city of Newark, the largest city in our state. So their police department and their radio room, HHW, helped put that system together. And I had asked Council President, I don't know if she remembers, she doesn't listen too much of that I have to say sometimes, but I asked Council President, maybe we should all go up to Newark and ask Raz Baraka, Mayor Raz Baraka, could we see the work of HHW and see whether it's something that Trenton can install here, can implement here. After their presentation on Thursday, hopefully they're available and can make it after Mr. Collin contacts them. I think that before we make the investment, we should go up to Newark and look at their radio system and see whether it's something that we need in Trenton. So, or something that we can use in Trenton. That's how you do analysis. That's how you do research. You don't go just come up in a paper, not knowing what you're talking about, did no due diligence, no research, no homework, and start pointing fingers at people. So don't come for us, we won't come for you. Okay? So I would like to go up to Newark to look at, after the presentation on Thursday, hopefully HHW Group LLC can come. I would want to go see the Newark system before we vote on anything, Council President McBride. If we can arrange that, I would, with the mayor, of course, Mayor Gussior, if he can have us and with you, can take us up there to check out their system and see this work, I would like that to be done. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. I thank everyone for coming on this evening. I thank all of the public for joining us and all of the directors that sit by so patiently during these meetings. I just want to bring attention to this issue, this hot topic. I believe that it is easier to sit down and communicate with each other rather than running to the media. Because the media cannot resolve our problems. The media doesn't have a vote in the city of Trenton. But an informed council does. And I believe that the community at large needs to be more informed before they jump on the bandwagon and start pointing fingers, calling me or anyone else reckless. Because I am a 65-year-old woman that have lived in the city of Trenton all of my natural life. And when these 4 years come to an end, I'll still be here living in the city of Trenton. So to be so bold as to say that I would put my own life in danger and the lives of my children and all of my constituents. 3,000 or more voted for me, but I represent 84,000 or more. And to think that I would put their lives in jeopardy because our mayor cannot come to the table and sit down and have a decent conversation with this body. It only takes communication to move the city forward. When you rather run to the newspaper and to Facebook than to call Mr. Collin up or to call me up and ask for a meeting, it's a sad state of affairs here. It's a sad state of affair. Because to me, you're not trying to resolve the issue. You're trying to grandstand and bring drama around an issue that needs to be dealt with in a serious manner. So I say to everyone that jumps on a bandwagon of anyone that likes to run to Facebook, Instagram, and the Trentonian and the Trenton Times and any other news outlet, just think about the fact that he never bothered to sit down.
Council President, this man Robert needs to mute himself.
They never stopped to call the council up. I know they didn't call myself, and I'm quite sure they didn't call Council Vice Chair to discuss with us what they planned on doing about the radio room. And they never did. They went straight to Facebook and straight to the media. You cannot resolve the issues of Trenton on social media. You just can't. And the people on social media and the people in all of the media outlets throughout the Eastern Seaboard, they did not vote for me. The 3,000 residents in the city of Trenton did, and I represent the other portion, and I'll do my best to represent them as long as I'm here. And I believe I have approximately 12 more months or a little over to do that job. Stop pointing your fingers and start getting the information. And I think that we can work better together if we learn how to communicate with each other. I thank each and every one of you for coming this evening, and I look forward to having a dialogue on Thursday, and I look forward to moving this agenda forward. Thank each and every one of you again, and have a blessed evening.
Good night. I had a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
One more. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we are adjourned. The time is 9:41 for the record. Ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene Thursday at 5:30 p.m. Just also to note, just remember there is no conference session on Tuesday, November 2nd. That is an election day for the General Assembly election in New Jersey. We thank you, and we look forward to you joining us on Thursday and again on November 4th, which would be the next meeting after that. Be well and have a good evening.
Good night.